balance it. Good morning everyone, and welcome to the reconvened council meeting of Wednesday the 11th of May 2022. So this is the final day of hearing submissions on council's 2021 to 2031 long-term plan amendment and our annual plan. Submitters will have 5 minutes in total to speak to their submission and respond to any questions. Materi, doesn't apply to you. You're reporting on behalf of the Rangapu. Just people need to be aware that we are doing what we can to live stream, and we are live streaming where possible, but the connections are a bit variable. So we are recording, and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Can I remind everyone to turn their phones off or onto silent? We're delighted to have Perry with us this morning. Can I ask you to open with a karakia, please, Perry? Thank you very much. And before we get to the business, can I acknowledge Ngāi Tamarawāhu and thank them for hosting us in this beautiful wharenui here today. We're delighted to be their guests. And the people that come to make submissions to us, I'm sure, will be amazed by the beautiful meeting room. Okay, so the business in front of us then is the long-term plan amendment and the annual plan, and we have a recommendation that council receives and accepts two further late submissions, 1206 and 1207. The moving bill, and Shad seconding that we receive them because we received them after they closed. Any discussion on that? Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So that brings us to our speakers today, and the first speaker we have is Materi Duncan on behalf of Tauranga Mana Whenua o Tauranga Moana. Welcome, Materi. And that is...
Morena kātou. E tono tēnei hei tuku I ngā whakaaro, ngā wawata, ngā tautoko, o ngā iwi me ngā hapu o Tauranga Moana me te arawa ki tai. Ko enei ngā mea e whakae ana e te katoa. Engari, e hara tēnei I te karanga tū ake ki te karanga o iwi, o ia hapu, o ia marae, o ia whānau, o ia hākori, hoki, kei a rātou tonu, a rātou ake mana, e te haukainga, Ngāi Tamarawaho, e mihi kau ana tēnei ki a koutou katoa. Nō reira, he mihi ki a tātou katoa. Our submissions for the long-term plan amendment 2131 is delivered by myself, I've got two proteges next to me as well, on behalf of Te Rangapu Mana Whenua o Tauranga Moana, offers forward the thoughts, aspirations and support of the tribe and sub-tribes of Tauranga Moana. These are the things agreed upon by the collective. However, the voice of the collective shall not detract from the voice of any tribe, any sub-tribe, any marae, any whānau or any community. They shall always maintain their own autonomy, and therefore it is with humility we acknowledge us all. I'm not going to actually talk about my submission that I had filed, but I've picked out some of the key points. E te komihana, firstly, we acknowledge the Commissioners for their courage to take on the task before them, the way they have conducted themselves, and to recognise the worth ethics these 4 Commissioners have demonstrated. Every day you build trust and confidence, not by trying to please everyone, but by advancing what you can in the best long-term interest of Tauranga Moana and Tauranga tangata. Te Rangapu Mana Whenua support option 1, te manawa taki o te papa, the civic precinct, the master plan, at an estimate capital cost of approximately $303 million, and subject to achieving a 50% of required funding for sources other than rates-funded debt. Te Rangapu Mana Whenua agree with bringing heart or heartbeat into the CBD, given Mana Whenua, tangata whenua have aired their concerns at the current state of the city. Conversations around the needs of the city, the vision and planning should have eventuated many years ago. Our city has been neglected and disconnected from its community as a result. The master plan provides a blueprint for the transformation of the city centre into a place where people will want to live, work, do business and visit, a place where we can tell our stories of our city's heritage and culture. It will be a place where we will want to go to meet friends and whānau and celebrate our unique culture and history. Added highlight is a museum, an exhibition centre and an event space. Te Rangapu Mana Whenua support an application for IFF funding to address and deliver the concerns of the transport system around our city, supported by an annual levy on all eligible properties. This will require setting a clear vision to guide how we respond to challenges and the outcomes that people of Tauranga Moana aspire to achieve, improving movement to support the well-being of communities, enhancing the environment and support local prosperity, priorities that funding can contribute to. Whilst there is a need to address and deliver the concerns of the current transport system, all of which is in a tightly constrained space, there is strong preference for people to drive alone, and the need to move freight efficiently has resulted in land being turned to roads. These roads are now full and freight efficiency has been eroded by more and more cars. These roads sever our communities from opportunities and resources. Rural roads are starting to turn into major roading networks. Classic example is Welcome Bay Road and Kairua Road. This is as a result of drivers avoiding the Tamanga Baywhera Bay Park construction project, and I don't think that the use of the rural roads will change once the B2B is completed. We support the investment into transport improvement and ask that you take careful regard of the following. Maintain connectivity for our Māori communities. Expressways tend to disconnect traditional connected communities. For example, Tamapahare is now somewhat disconnected from Kairua in favour of the Tauranga Eastern Link. Try not to treat Māori land as the path of least resistance plan for our people in servicing of the community. Protect our Māori communities rather than treat them as movable or thoroughfares, and build these principles into your key transport planning documents, such as the AFTI and the TSP, which has already happened, and they are currently not strongly represented. Te Rangapu Mana Whenua support an application for IFF funding to contribute to the Tauriko West infrastructure, funded by an annual levy on the properties which benefit from that investment, subject of a competitive finance rate and government approval. Given the Tauriko West is a priority development area, it will bring more housing stock to the community. A specific Mana Whenua partnership group has been formed known as Te Kauai Āropu. The group is made up of hapu who whakapapatū Ngāti Rangi Nui and Ngaitirangi Iwi of Tauranga Moana and have an interest in the Tauriko project. As a project partner, Te Kauai Āropu have also been involved in the option evaluation and assessment process, and they have expressed support for the transport upgrades, in particular to increase safety, recognising the impact safety issues have on the local community. And they have expressed support for the development of additional housing in the Western Corridor to help address housing supply and affordability issues, and also protection and enhancement of the Wairoa River networks. Kua mutu taku kōrero ai hau, nā reira tēnā koutou katoa. I'm happy to take any question. Oh, do you want to say something?
Just paku kōrero tāku, tautukara nā kōrero kua kōrero, mihi ana kia koutou. Just in regards to the transportation strategic plan, we had a bit of a hui tirangapū mana whenua, and what we didn't have time to put to the table is about on the mapping. We noticed that all our marae and Tauranga moana were missing, so if that could please be added to the mapping of the planning, because around each marae there's a hapori, as you can see right here, and also the insertion of putting in bus shelters, because we see a lot of our koike waiting, and sometimes it's pretty cold, and they're actually standing, not sitting, so we're looking after their well-being as well. So kia ora.
Got any questions for me? Yeah, share.
Kia ora Matire. Just thinking about your submission in support of, I suppose, our preferred options across the LTP amendment. And when we went out last year, there were a whole lot of proposals in there, and so I do want to thank the Rangapu for their support. And one of the challenges is around the affordability of being able to deliver a large program through the LTP, but also through this amendment. And so I suppose my question is, from a tangata whenua point of view, given the affordability challenges, particularly on our freight payers and on the community, was there any discussion or views or perspectives that came through around affordability from a Rangapu tapu perspective, in terms of discussions that Rangapu have had? Did affordability come up in terms of those discussions?
I think just mainly around the affordability of housing rather than the other areas in terms of transport. And I raised this at Whetū Marae in June when we first provided our submission. So I think that it's sort of like looking at some kind of, I'm not quite sure what to call it, but it's just to help our whānau affordability and papakai housing and housing in general.
Thank you.
Stephen.
Thank you very much for your submission. It's very good to have such strong support from Tauranga, and as an outsider looking and being involved in Tauranga City, the evolving partnership between Tarangapu, iwi, hapu with the council, I think, is a very positive sign, and it's been fantastic to see the work with our Tamataha Trust in terms of the development of the civic whare and the redevelopment of the city centre. So very appreciative of the submission and your support. You mentioned specifically transport quite substantially in your submission, and what is pretty clear is that our current investment program will still not, notwithstanding it is a substantial increase, will still not keep pace with the need to improve mobility, but also provide an open land for housing. Does Tarangapu have a clear set of priorities in transportation that it would see important for the city? And if so, or if not, it would be great to work in partnership in a similar way to work up a high-level priority that we can all agree might be suitable for the city's future development.
I totally agree with you. We have had a bit of a workshop around the transport network and how best it could be, to work for all communities, but particularly where Māori land are situated. And, you know, the transport system at the moment is not really working. Could have just mentioned around the, you know, the public buses. Some of them, especially out Welcome Bay and Kairo Road, there's no buses at all. It's only school buses. So, yeah, I guess that's what's happening too on a regional level, is that there's some what they call business cases that are happening around, you know, certain areas of Tauranga Mona where they need to start looking at what could be, you know, what is the best way of actually moving vehicles and freight is probably one of them. And I'm aware that there is an IBC that has just been out for procurement around the Hewlett's Road and State Highway 2. Yeah, so that's I think it's also got mana whenua and engagement program in that as well. So I guess it's ongoing. It's just making sure that we're involved in that perspective.
After most of my mind, just right from your bus shelters, but right through to Hewlett's, Hull, Tautara, but also State Highway 29, which is going to be critical for the Western Corridors development. Thank you.
Thanks, Matere, and I'm very grateful to the Rangapu for the ongoing support for the direction that we're taking with Tauranga Moana. I too was going to ask you a bit about transport. I think carrying on from Stephen, one of the things we have asked the staff to have a look at is sort of underneath that TSP strategic network, our arterial and collector roads. And the Links Ave trial has sort of shown us that Ocean Beach Road, which is an arterial road, hasn't been upgraded for 15 odd years, and yet the amount of vehicles travelling on it must have quadrupled, maybe even more. And you mentioned Welcome Bay Road. The Links Ave is as a result of the B2B, and the Welcome Road traffic is the same. And so people get into habits of using particular roads in a way that they weren't designed, and they aren't being maintained to be used. So I think that's a timely reminder for us as we look at some of those. We tend to look at the busier roads in the city, but actually people are using some of those more outlying roads to get around the congestion and B, the construction. So thank you for that, and I think that's something that it might be worth us at some stage coming to the Rangapu to have a particular discussion about. I don't know whether Carlo's here, but Kieran's probably here. Oh, there he is. I've got light behind you, but yeah. So let's put that on the agenda for. I know you're quite busy at the moment, but let's put that on the agenda for later in the year to come and have a good session.
I just thought if I can add a comment, just having been privy to some of the discussions around housing and transport at Te Rangapu, they can be a little bit chicken and egg, and it'd be good just to keep thinking about that, because, for example, out at Whetu, when we were out there, what we could hear was housing aspirations, but as soon as you don't have public transport options and roading options, then only those who own a vehicle and can afford to commute that far will then link up to the public consultation aspect, which generally tends to be for those who probably can't afford the other part of it. So that's a good thing to be mindful of. It's not an easy egg to crack, but part of what Kura is bringing up around mapping the maraes in there will mean that there's a consideration for how that connects.
Yeah.
And of course, the other thing with mapping the maraes is, and I've seen them all on a map with our community centres, as we do that big review of the community centres, as a part of that. So we've got them there. It's just a matter of overlaying them all. And we have a big program ahead of us on bus shelters. We're a bit reliant on the regional council sort of sorting out their routes and sticking to them. But there's a joint transport committee now we've set up between the Regional Council and TCC. Stephen and I are on it with Andrew von Dadelson and Paula Thompson. And so we're working our way through that. We are trying to get a few more funky type bus shelters to try and encourage more people to use buses. Don't know quite how that's going to encourage them, but anyway, so that's something else we can have a look at, and maybe if you have a think about where are some of the more priority areas where you know that children, large numbers of children are waiting and standing.
Yes, definitely that is in the process, because that came out of our workshops that we've been having.
Great. Great.
There's about 100 a year planned over the next 4 years, 400 in total, so it's quite a significant investment program.
Yeah. And then it's just about the well-being of everybody, the hub and everything we do. Yeah.
Yep. Anything else? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm assuming that Te Kawai Aroko is involved with State Highway 29. So not just the enabling works, but the...
They will be involved. They should be involved.
Okay, Mary Dillon is next, and I know Mary's here because we've seen her. Here she is. From Enviro Hub. Oh, and we've got Enviro Hub. And you haven't brought any stoats or anything with you?
No, not today. Not
weasels.
No, it's off topic.
Something.
Doesn't always stop us.
Just us, that should be enough.
Oh, right, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We already have a written submission, which you'll have read, but today we're only concentrating on one bit of that submission, which we wish to comment to you about, and that's the development of the proposed city centre. Before we go into our submission, which will be delivered by Laura and by Fiona, I would just like to acknowledge this beautiful welcoming place, and also to acknowledge those who went before, and particularly Mora, who was both my mentor and my friend. So, over to you.
Cool. So kia ora koutou. We really support TCC's vision for the development of the civic precinct. There is so much potential to create a CBD, a city the size of Tauranga deserves, and we would like to strongly support TCC to develop the civic precinct in collaboration with mana whenua, to create a vibrant, inclusive CBD that showcases Tauranga Moana's rich history. I'm not sure what's happening with the slides.
Oh, there. No, we've gone too far.
Oh,
okay. So important to all of our people in our city should be protecting and restoring the Māori of Tauranga, not just making Tauranga a greener and more beautiful place, but truly thriving. Our vision is for Tauranga Moana to become the first national park city in Aotearoa as part of the Wairiki Park Region Initiative. Our park city is part of the International Foundation and movement, and it seeks to value nature in our urban spaces. Although other cities in Aotearoa have investigated becoming a park city, Tauranga is well placed to actually become the first in Aotearoa to do so.
Gone are the days of debating climate change. We must now work to reverse our impact on the environment and live with our new normal. Designing the heart of our city to ensure sustainability is built in is crucial, and that we are bold and create a CBD that encompasses biophilic principles and is green in design and nature. This requires planning and building for our abundant natural resources and planning and adapting for an abundance of these natural resources. Tauranga Moana has the opportunity to become a sponge city and a circular city. There are so many positive flow-on effects from adapting these design approaches, including reducing the effects of urban heat islands, reducing urban flooding, increasing biodiversity, reducing waste, and generally making Tauranga an amazing place to live and visit. Heat waves are becoming a silent killer. In Australia, major heat waves have caused more deaths since 1890 than bushfires, cyclones, earthquakes, floods, and severe storms combined. The urban heat island effect can elevate temperatures in cities by 10 degrees. These heat events put incredible strain on health services, and the effects are disproportionately felt by those that are very old, very young, and or disadvantaged financially.
So cities have the potential to be healthy spaces and sanctuaries for people and nature. Through various surveys, we know that people have repeatedly said that the environment is a priority for them, so let's make it that one. The predator-free movement has been a great example of engaging with our public directly into positive environmental action, and we're seeing results both in decrease in rodents and increase in birds in some areas. De-sealing and creating spaces for nature will improve resilience to climate change, and our city is also now well set up to substantially reduce our waste. Our adopted motto is now every square metre of nature counts.
It's time to give equal consideration to our four well-beings. In order for our economy, people and culture to thrive, our environment needs to be healthy and thriving too. It underpins all that we do and all that we can be, and its health directly influences our future potential and survival. So yeah, thank you. We look forward to supporting you on this exciting journey to improve sustainability.
Brief.
Thank you very much. I think your comments, I was just looking to see, I think you made the comment that there's not enough green. This can't. Yours. Anyway, not enough green in the plans. Mm-hmm. And we agree with you, but they are just concepts at the moment. And I think when I asked the question about why there wasn't more, what didn't look more green space in that centre area, the answer from the architects or the designers was there's a 14-metre drop from Durham Street to the harbour, and so access is actually quite critical, and they were thinking about that access through the design. But I think some of the conversations that I've had, that we've had through the consultation process, that's come through quite strongly, that people want more areas of shade, and they certainly want us to use some of the things you've outlined there. So are we thinking about and I hesitate to use the word sustainability because I was going to ask you what you understood by the word sustainability. But things like thinking about the use of rainwater, recycling, etc. So if I asked you that question, what do you understand by sustainable? What would you give me as your definition?
I'd give you the definition, Madam Chair, that you always get, that it's about using today's resources so that there's enough for the future. But if you put that in a current context, I think we need to acknowledge as people that we live within a finite environment. That finite environment is nature. And all of us are better if we are hugely connected to that. And I think you're getting quite a bit of that back as you talk about your parks and things. There's an intrinsic value, and it's a spiritual human connection to green space, whatever it is, that people have. Sometimes they don't even know they've got it until it's threatened or they miss it. And they don't realise that they've missed it until they get it back. And that's what a lot of people learnt during COVID. You know, there's been a definite shift in relation to the way people are connected to nature as a result of COVID and people getting out and knowing their own streets and area again. I think we have to start acknowledging that we cannot take and not give back anymore. And I think we're at the space now where we actually just can't take anymore. Yeah. We just have to do with the resources that we've got, manage to be really smart about growth and things like that, but acknowledges it's all within a finite natural system that all of us actually have to work to preserve. Because if we don't, the planet will survive just fine, but we won't. It's as simple as that.
Bill?
Mary, in terms of, well, might be one of your team, highlighted the use of biophilic design principles. So just like that teased out in terms of what you regard those as and how they're applied.
It would depend on the situation in the building, but looking at things like green roofs, vertical walls, if people can see nature from wherever they are, then they can connect back to it. So, yeah, it's making sure that those considerations are front and centre when we're making the decisions around buildings and what the plan looks like for a thriving CBD, really. Yeah.
Thank you.
We've got plenty of awesome examples from overseas that we can adapt.
Kia ora. I just picking up on the point above, that, the one that Bill just raised, about the green infrastructure. I was kind of interested in your thoughts around, from a council point of view, how we embed some of that at the outset.
I actually think it has to come from the way you think. And I think that's the big transformation that this council is at least trying to be in the process of doing. We're a long way behind many other councils, but we actually do have to do it. And I think and I think Chairman Ann, you've said it a number of Chairperson Ann, sorry. The number of times you have said that unconsciously the city has become all about growth, and that's a really big mistake. What it needs to do is think about growth in context, and that context is this fabulous place that we live in. And I was just interested in Nanaia Mahuta's comment when she came here to talk about the Three Waters, and she said she had never flown into Tauranga before, and she now realised what a stunning place it was and why people wanted to live there. Yeah. I think we should just grab that as something that's incredibly valuable, and it should be intrinsic to the way we think about everything that we do. It's that transformation in thinking which finds, and it's that old story, it's about, you do a strategy and it's full of two things. It's full of, there's the intention, and then there's the metaphor, which is the actual way you carry, the way you behave and the way you carry that intention out on the ground. What you produce is the final confirmation to all of us that you really believe in your mission, which is actually to make this the most wonderful city in the Bay of Plenty or New Zealand, whatever you like. And that it's transferring that into what you do on the ground. The intentionality is absolutely critical. And I think we need to transform our thinking so that it's where we get to at the end of the day that informs all it, within the context of this place in which we live and its history and its culture. And the culture, in terms of that intentionality, I think building that culture in to the way we build hard infrastructure so that it reflects the soft stuff we think about is really, really important. I would love to see these buildings, and I think you've already got that intention. There's some very, very, very strong connection to our Māori culture and its stories, and I don't just mean an odd carving, I mean actually embedded in the architecture itself. How, that is just absolutely part of who we are in Tauranga.
I think we're seeing quite a bit of that happening around the city, which is good to see. But also Shed is talking, when we talk to the staff, it's about seeing trees as a service. So too often we hear you can't have a tree here because the services are all there. We're talking pipes and wires and things, whereas actually the trees are a service too. And so you design that in at the beginning. It's the way you think. Yeah. And that's a big shift. Yeah. Huge. It's a big shift. The other question I was going to ask is, sometimes you find, and I think, fully aware that costs are really hard over a period of time to manage, and I think we're going to face that if we go ahead with the big project. We are going to see, whilst we've got some good costing now, we know that costs are rising. And there's going to have to be compromises made. But also Green Star buildings now tend to be more expensive to build, but then your operating costs are lower. And so that's going to be a balance, I think, that we're going to have to make. And I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it because I want your answer to go on record. But where do you think we should be making those compromises? In trying to find extra money, or not doing some of the more costly but long-term greener changes?
I think you'll regret it if you don't, because we are in a position where we can do that, and it's almost expected nowadays to build buildings with that in mind, and they're so much more pleasant to be in, and yeah, it'll be, why not? And I know there are financial considerations, but you do have to look over that long time period.
Thank you once again for the submission. I recall attending the presentation to Enviro Hub where I think the entire marble collection was put in a jar.
Yeah, the marble
we couldn't
spoke.
count them all, unfortunately, because that would have disproportionately skewed our exercise. But thank you for the sentiment. My question is whether you think the whole integration of the city centre redevelopment, the pedestrianisation, cycling, busway transition of Cameron Road into urban intensification, which is a core part of our kind of addressing the climate change risk that the city faces into the future, is adequately understood. Because these are all connected. The civic centre redevelopment, Cameron Road, urban intensification, and the link from the crossing right to the city by public transport and walking and cycling is a core part of the city's future development. Do you think that story has been adequately told and understood by either your organisation or the wider community?
Probably not.
I don't think, I think that sort of there's an understanding for the people who live on the peninsula in particular that Cameron Road is key. My personal view, and it's not something that I've ever discussed with Enviro Hub itself, is that we probably haven't got the first part of Cameron Road quite right, and I think the discussion that you've had in relation to that needs to be borne in mind as you design the rest of it. If some mistakes have been made, I don't think it's okay to keep on replicating those. I think there is an awakening understanding in Tauranga of what is going to happen in terms of intensification, and that transition is going to take part over a very long time. I think it's really important that the community understands, and I've raised this with the Otomoto strategy in particular, that everybody in the community understands the government direction on that in relation to the number of houses that have been put on properties. And again, that if that is happening, where are you thinking about your green space as that happens? And that whole issue, this could be a very long discussion, that whole issue to me goes back to the stuff that they're talking about with Three Waters and our stormwater reserves, all of which are owned by the council. In fact, almost all accessible public green space in Tauranga is council owned. All of our green spaces, those deeply incised valleys that are a feature of this city, are all stormwater reserves. They're major connectors for biodiversity, they're major connectors for communities, they're major connectors for every aspect of nature and for keeping the city green and cool. Now, I want to know, and I don't know how we find out because it's all in state of that what is going to happen to those, and how can communities continue to be connected to them. They should be right now, for instance, be setting up a group of advocates on every single one of those stormwater reserves to make sure the reserves have a voice long term, because those are our key to a healthy city. So I just raised those things. In terms of the intensification, I think the message is getting across slowly, but what will happen in Tauranga, Stephen, will be what happens everywhere else. You don't get a lot of reactions until something's happening to me on my property. And that's just human nature. All of us are caught up in lots of things. As I said to you before, I've never met the person who jumped out of bed in the morning and said, what is the Tauranga City Council up to today? It just doesn't happen. Often it's
us. It's us.
That's right. It doesn't. What is important is what's happening to you when something affects you. So you just have to live with that and the misinformation sometimes that goes with that.
All right, look, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and the discussions will continue, I'm sure.
And thank you for the time you give us, it's really appreciated.
Thank you. Now, despite starting a little bit early, we're already running a little bit over time, and we have Joe Wills who has to leave, and I just wondered, I know we've got Stephen Lassett and Mike Goff here, would they mind if Joe just popped in ahead of them? Is that all right? Thank you. Come on up, Joe. And then we'll come back to Stephen. So you've got, so welcome. You've got 5 minutes. We'll give you a bell when you've got 1 minute to go.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Hiria Marae for the opportunity to present in this space, and apologies for missing the pauwhiri this morning. So I'd just like to endorse everything that EnviroHub has said, and you're going to hear a lot of the same things. I'd like to use my 5 minutes to talk about the opportunity to put Tauranga on the world map for doing something truly significant. Cities around the world that understand the need to change the way we perceive growth are prioritising the integration of nature and well-being into the design and planning of cities. The growth agenda this council has signed up to, and seems to be demonstrated by option 1, is a traditional approach which delivers big, resource-heavy and investor-led development. I definitely agree the opportunity exists to be bold. However, I think boldness means something very different when we're facing the consequences of climate change in this city. So our emissions have increased more than any other part of New Zealand. We have a housing crisis, increasing deprivation, appalling urban planning, and the lowest mode share of any New Zealand metro cities for public transport and cycling. And I don't even really have time to go into the damage that the growth agenda is and has done to our ecosystems. If the council is planning to develop the city using community funds, I believe there's an ethical responsibility to build for the future, and unfortunately I don't see any evidence of this presented in option 1. To give people a reason to want to visit the city and to give us a city to be proud of, where we want to spend time, build in harmony with nature. So biophilic cities, as you've heard, require more than grassy knolls and a few token green roofs. A biophilic city means investing now into buildings that produce their own resources, manage their own waste, and this dramatically, as you mentioned, reduces operating costs and emissions. So to respond to what are biophilic cities, they are more than just nature, they are the way we build as well. So building in this way safeguards the viability of these buildings into the future. Every civic building should be built to living building standards. Big is no longer impressive, and when it comes to the built environment, functional, fit for purpose and efficient are. So biophilic cities create a space for nature within the city that not only supports well-being and biodiversity, but they also provide other key benefits such as shade, as you've heard, food, reduction of the urban heat impact, resilience against major weather events, carbon capture. The list goes on, and the list will return economic benefits as a result. Pouring concrete and growing patches of grass provides none of these things. Another thing that makes a city stand out is accessibility. The proposed development doesn't show how the city will provide opportunity for people to access by bus or other mass transit, by cycle or on foot, and this is what will give Tauranga City the edge. The massive investment into the bigness of the development must be taken away from other areas of investment, such as active and public transport routes into the city from all parts of the community. Build it and they will come can sometimes prove true, but in this case it'll be build it and they'll get stuck in congestion and not be able to find a park and decide it's not worth it. And that's for those who have a car. For those who don't have a car, who can't afford fuel, none of the downtown glamour being promised will even be accessible. For a city to work well, the way people move to it and around it must be a focus, and unless that focus on safety and low emissions, it is going to be a failure. Accessibility and equity go hand in hand, and they are missing from the proposal. Option 1, as presented, provides no detail of sustainability around the infrastructure, no commitment towards reducing our soaring emissions, and no awareness of connectivity, and no demonstration of equity. I don't believe you've got the scale of it right, not from a local perspective or a global one. not with regards to delivering to the urgent needs of the community now and not to the future needs of generations to come.
Thank you, Jo. One thing I would say to you is you're right about all the links with public transport and access in and out of the city, and that is so we're only looking at a small slice of that. So there's a bigger piece of work being done on the CBD that takes all of that into account, and we're not quite ready with that, but because this is a significant investment proposed, we have to go through the process of the wider consultation. But you're absolutely right with the points you make about, if you want to make it a success, people have to be able to get there. Any other questions for Jo quickly? Yep. Bill.
Thanks, Jo. You mentioned, and your submission mentions it a number of times in terms of equity. And I just, if you could just tease out for me a wee bit more of how you see that being reflected in the civic precinct development.
Well, I don't see it being reflected.
No, but how would you see it being reflected?
I think that there's a lot of layers to that. So there's the investment into one particular area, which a lot of people in the city may not ever choose to or have the opportunity to benefit from. So there's that disparity where some people are very locally and neighbourhood minded, so the opportunity to access amenities in their own local environment is just as important as having a vibrant city centre. Equity also comes into how much it costs for people to be able to attend certain venues or functions. Equity comes into how people can get there. And if the only way they can get there is by car and they don't have access to a car, there's no public transport, they miss out entirely. Equity is also from a generational perspective, so how much is it going to cost to run these massive structures in the future? Where if we're looking at building for the future now, those operating costs should, if we do it right, be lower so that we're not passing on those costs to the future generations. So equity comes across every single level, and even as we've talked about, as you've heard, biophilic cities, there's access to nature is so incredibly vital, and so many people don't have access to it, even in this city, Tauranga, because not everyone lives by a tree, a park or the beach and can access those things. So access to nature in this public space is incredibly important, and you've already highlighted that it's maybe not done visualised very well in the designs, but biophilic cities don't mean planting trees, they mean integrating nature, which actually allows a bit of wilding back into the city. So there's biodiversity that can flourish, so people can see birds that they may not be able to see in their own area. So we're actually bringing nature into the city and letting nature be nature, rather than planting a tree in the ground and covering it with concrete and then putting a bit of grass around it. That's not nature.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to those who let me sneak in. Appreciate it.
Stephen Laslett. Hi, Stephen.
Hang on.
So you've got 5 minutes, and we'll give you a bell when you've got 1 minute to go. And thank you very much for being patient.
Cool.
Got a little presentation, yeah?
Excellent. So, cool. Okay, this is us 18 months ago.
I know.
Sport and recreation facilities in the lakes.
Yeah.
Okay, active reserves. That's us. Next slide. That's us 18 months later. Okay. Yeah. And next slide. That's us. We're not on your 10-year plan. So I don't know. We got nothing. We got nothing. That's the extent of the problem. We got nothing. I gave you an idea 18 months ago to provide something. Okay. 12 months of talking. We got nothing else. I can't even get a picnic table or a barbecue. You know, council keep talking, you know, next person comes and, oh, quick wins, do this, we'll do this. Nothing. Okay, 18 months later. And then not on any plans. I cannot get any commitment out of the commissioners, can't get any commitment out of council for anything. Okay? You've just commissioned your skate parks review, okay? And you've got this term, the network, okay? Part of the network. Okay? So that review said you have enough skate parks in your network. Okay? But from our point of view, you've got a skate park at the Mount, you've got a skate park in the next suburb over Arataki. Arataki weren't happy with their one skate park, you built another one. Okay? So they've got 2 skate parks now. Go down the road a little bit further. This is all in the last 10 years where you've built skate parks. Go down the next suburb, Papamile West, another skate park. Okay? Papamile East, another skate park. You've got 4 suburbs back to back with 5 skate parks. Okay? My neck of the woods, Ohauiri, okay? Windermere, Oropi, Paispa, the Lakes, Tauranga. How many skate parks? 0. Okay. Plans for skate parks? 0. What does your report say? We're full. We've got enough in the network. Excellent. Doesn't help us at all. Okay. Sports fields? Okay. You've got sports fields all along the Mount. Papamile, Arataki. Yeah? Arataki's got 2 sports fields that they could access. Okay? Arataki Park, Lynx Ave Reserve, both on their doorstep. 2018, Council and Arataki community come together. What do we need? Oh, sports fields. We'll put another one in Arataki. So you've got 2 sports fields in Arataki. We'll put a 3rd one, Ocean Downs, beauty. How many sports fields from Ohauiri all the way through to Tauranga? 0. Okay? So from 2018, when you had that discussion with the Arataki community, by 2021, you got more sports fields. We got nothing. Nothing. And can't get anything out of you. Can't get on an annual plan. Can't get on a 10-year plan. Okay? And every time I speak to commissioners, council, oh, we're here to help, we're listening, you know, that sort of thing. This is the problem that came from the councillors before you. They were biased. Okay? They put things where things already were. They did not listen to us. And I gave you a plan 18 months ago that didn't even cost you any money. Cost you nothing. To give us a skate park and cover a basketball court, provide an older kids' playground. Okay? I'm the last man standing here. Lakes Community Association, given up on you. School, given up on you. The community, given up on you. I'm here, and no one knows I'm here. Don't even tell my wife. Okay? No, she doesn't. She won't watch this video. Okay? But I don't want the look that they give me that says, you're an idiot for going back and thinking things will be different. They think I'm an idiot. So, but part of me refuses to accept that you're happy with this situation. That you're just going to turn a blind eye and do nothing. Part of me wants to believe that something will change. Okay? So my submissions are there. I'd like you to make a plan with Merrick Farm. It's been sitting there forever and a day. That could have been sports fields, but Ocean Downs got those. Okay. I'm done talking. Okay. Well done is better said than well done is better than well said. Okay. I'm not coming back next year, and if I don't come back, no one from my community is coming back. Okay. We're done. Okay. So either front up and do something. But we've had 18 months of conversations, we've had 18 months of talking, 18 months of planning and nothing. Okay? So we're done talking. You either front up and do something or leave us alone. Because it's a kick in the teeth when everyone nods their head and says, yeah, and nothing. Just leave us alone.
Thank you, Stephen. And look, I can only apologise to you, and you know, on behalf of the commissioners, we know that there was talking happening after the last LTP. We assumed that things were happening on the ground, and you know what they say about assuming. I won't repeat it, but clearly nothing's happened, and I think you have every right to be angry, and I apologise to you for that. So what I will say is, I don't know whether to say I hope to see you next year, but I hope that you can come next year and say, this is great, we're doing X and Y and Z.
There's something on the slide.
There's something on the slide.
We hope there's something on the slide.
We hope there's something on the slide that shows that we've actually done something. Because
I think it fell over, and I don't disagree with what you said 18 months ago. Was you asked the council to come up with an innovative solution.
Yeah, we did.
They couldn't. They struggled.
And they couldn't.
They couldn't.
And they haven't.
And one person from the council said to me, when I was all excited about something happening, they said to me, "Oh, the commissioners just want us to have a talk."
No.
That was it. And it's like, they said there's nothing in any plans, or there's no financial commitment, there's nothing for you. And
okay, so the challenge now to us is to make sure that something happens out of all that talk. What is it? Less hooey, more doing.
That's the one.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephen. I appreciate that you still have a sense of humour. But I think your wife will know you've been here.
Yeah, no, I'll be quiet.
Okay. Mike Goff. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. And thank you for being patient with us.
Thank you for having me.
So you've got 5 minutes. We'll give you a bell to let you know you've got 1 minute left.
Great. Can I get Mr. Laslet's number? I think I better check in with him. I'm starting on his journey, I think. Hopefully I arrive at a different spot.
Okay.
My name is Mike Goff. I live on Carlton Street over in Bellevue, and we have a playground down the street, Carlton Street Reserve. You might tell by my accent that I've lived other places, several other places, and I have to tell you that TCC and the Bay of Plenty, I think, in my view, has done a great job on playgrounds. I think you build some good playgrounds here. And we're looking for one down the street from the house here. The Carlton Street Reserve Playground, I think, is poorly designed and poorly maintained. And I think it constitutes safety hazards, and it could be a fantastic resource for the children in the area. Over 3,000 kids go to school within a kilometer of this playground. In the mornings, you can see hundreds of them walking right by the playground. And it's way underutilized. It's 2 swing sets, 2 little slides. There used to be a pirate ship. About half of the pirate ship is gone. It's been vandalized and burnt, and council never replaced the equipment that was gone. The playground is built in a tub. It's the highest piece of ground in the whole reserve, but it floods. The 2 softball diamonds down in the middle of the reserve don't flood. And there are some wet areas down on the other side of the reserve, because it is partially a stormwater retention basin. But the playground is high and dry, except for where the playground equipment is. It's a tub they've built on top of the hill. So it fills up with water on a good rainstorm. And kids are still playing in it. I haven't done a water quality analysis, but I'm thinking it's not too savory there. The playground equipment, there's nails sticking out. I bring a hammer down once in a while, do some unauthorized maintenance on it myself. There's graffiti, pretty offensive graffiti around it all the time. If you saw the picture from our Facebook group page, there was a car sitting there for over a month, stripped out. if you check your aerial photography from TCC, I checked that this morning, it's on there. So it was there for a long time. There's some real problems with maintenance and the design on this playground. The tub, the ring around the tub is a concrete walkway, about 150 mil off. Some toddler trips and does a face plant on that, it's going to be awful. I hope I'm not there that day. So I think this is a great opportunity for council to really shine on a project. And the playgrounds that I've seen, Coolum Park, even the older ones, Memorial Park and Ferguson Park, I mean, they're nice playgrounds, they're well maintained, they have some great equipment for the kids. This one is sorely lacking. If they would have taken the old materials out of Coolum Park and put them at Carlton Street, it would have been an upgrade. That would have been a huge upgrade. If you've been to Coolum Park, it's beautiful. Beautiful, and there's some other nice ones if you need some ideas. Mokuroa, Rotorua's got a beautiful facility out there next to the lake now. So that's about all I have to say. I thank you for your attention, and I know you're going to do a great job in this project. I have a lot of faith.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, looking at the picture here, the equipment's pretty old. It's pretty basic, isn't it? Basic
and old, and half of it's gone now.
Yeah.
I think pirate ship's a good idea. Everybody likes a good pirate ship adventure, but it's a couple slides with a dangerous gangplank going across. The gangplank's got rails on it, and the kids hang off the rails, and when they drop down, their head hits the back of the gangplank. Right now, it's just a poor design.
All right, thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you for your submission. I used to live just around the corner from this playground. But my kids were a lot older and didn't really use it, but I have been down there a couple of times.
Yeah.
Just in terms of your submission, so is it focused more on it needs to be made more safer? It needs better maintenance. It needs to be looked after. It needs care. It needs a bit of love. Is that what you're seeking in terms of?
I've been working 30 years in various areas of the construction industry. I'm a geologist, so I study groundwater actually. And I can tell you after university and 30 years of experience, water runs downhill. That's what I've learned over 30 years. And so water should be running away from this playground. It floods, it's got serious drainage issues, and I think to fix that, you're gonna have to take everything out. I think there's room and opportunity for a lot better equipment out there, basketball court. I think I listed a few of them in the submission. I think maintenance, they do slap some paint on it once in a while, and they've replanted some of the garden beds, and they dump more wood chips in it when the wood chips float away in the floods. But I think it's probably a maintenance and safety liability. I think it needs to be redesigned. I think the grade of the playground equipment area needs to be brought up so the drainage goes away. Maybe the material they use in other playgrounds, it's got some rubber to it. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I don't see too many new playgrounds going in covered with wood chips below grade. So I would say probably full redesign and reconstruction.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
We've had a few other submissions.
Oh, there were other submissions?
Yeah, on that playground.
Power of social media. Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Brian Hodge. Kia ora, Brian. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming along. You've got 5 minutes. We'll give you a bell when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Commissioners for this opportunity to make a brief presentation about Sydenham Botanic Park. I have with me Sandy Scarrow, who's the Chairman of the Funding Trust, and we were both signed the submission. I'd like to thank Tauranga City Council for its support in the past year both for the staff, Diane Patton, Joss Clark, Jason Cooper and Mark Amstead, who've taken an interest in the park, and for the financial contribution which has enabled us to put a path around the perimeter, and we're doing another small path to meander through the Karis. That's currently under construction. The path has certainly increased the use of the park because people who are in pushing prams or in wheelchairs or riding little bicycles can now go through the park, whereas in the past they were put off by the rough grass and the undulating surface. As I've commented on in previous years' reports, the Trust and Advisory Group had a 5-year life, which is now 11 years old, and at some stage we're going to run out of steam, and the Tauranga City Council needs to be considering what next and how they will manage the park. As part of that, we've made a submission to the Otamoto Spatial Plan, suggesting that the park's zoning be changed to open space. Currently it could be subdivided for residential with its current zoning. We've also suggested that the informal paths that connect through to Solomon Street running along a stormwater easement be turned into a more formal path as part of some future development. That path is used by people to come up to the supermarket and kids go to the school through there. Pokapu, the gully, is still a work in progress. We've made some further clearing, but we still haven't got any further with developing that. And that's probably our last major wild area to develop. The 2 pergolas are flourishing. The east one has got to the stage where we're going to have to trim back some of the creepers. They're growing too enthusiastically, and train some over the top, which is of course what we expected to happen. The new west one, the planting has taken hold, and we'll be increasing the planting there with some ratas during the winter. Planting is planned for June or July. We've got about 6 kauri to plant and some putakawas and some flaxes. The kauri are from New Caledonia. They're a species which is almost extinct in New Caledonia. They've been nickel mined. They're up on the northern plateau of the island. As I mentioned in my submission, the maintenance contractor has struggled over the last couple of years keeping the place to the standard that used to be kept. A combination of, I think, COVID and a new contractor. We've been working with the city staff to help bring that back to the way we expect it to be. One of the things is progressively less and less grass gets mowed, and so the open area gets smaller and the wild area gets bigger. And that's been discussed. So that's really the basis of my commentary. It's not exactly a submission to the annual plan in that sense. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Brian and Sandy. And can we thank you and your team for all the work that you do there. It's, I think we really were amazed when we visited to see just how much has gone into developing that. I'm a bit alarmed to hear that its underlying zoning doesn't protect it as a park.
Yes, well, it's still, of course, land owned by the Frank Sydenham Gardens Limited,
right,
which is a trust run by the Perpetual Guardian Trust.
Yeah.
The history is a bit long and complicated, but City Council's got operation and management rights over it, but no ownership.
Yeah, so we do need to think about its long-term survival.
We have approached the Guardian Trust about the change of the zone, and we haven't yet had any response from them.
Okay, so that's something we should take up, I think. Yep. Bill.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks, Brian and Sandy, and to the group and the Trust in terms of what you've achieved in terms of Sydenham Park. Brian, you mentioned in terms of, and I think you mentioned when we visited in January, in terms of some future discussions about the, in addition to the rezoning, to the future management and development of the park. And you talk about that should be factored into the LTP from 2024. just wanted to make a comment in terms of our terms of reference. We'll be in that space next year because we'll be doing the LTP earlier. But related to that, have you has the group or the trust had any discussions with staff in terms of what some of those potential options might be beyond the life of the group and the trust?
Not in any detail, and I think some of the people who are members of the staff are also due to retire, so it may well need to be refreshed. There are a group of volunteers who put in probably 4 or 5 hours a week collectively on doing maintenance. That's something that would need to be picked up, as well as some of the things like just managing and naming the trees. And in due course, some of the trees will need to be removed because some are growing well and some aren't, and there'll need to be a pruning operation to pick the best of the trees because they will grow to be big trees. A couple of 100 years, they'll be 60 metres tall and 12 metres round at the bottom. So
we'll add it to our list.
Yes. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Okay, Glenn Crawford is up next. So it's up to you, Glenn, whether you've got a personal submission and then one from Sustainable Bay of Plenty. Are you running those together or are you going to do them individually?
I'm very happy to run them together and then you can just ask any questions at the time at the end. And if people could just speak up if they can't hear, I'm aware that some people have found it hard to hear at the back.
So if we say we'll give you 8, we'll give you a bell at 8, so then that gives us time for some questions.
Yeah,
or
thank
just
you very much.
lets you know that. Okay.
Yeah, brilliant. And I'd just like to say how wonderful it is to be able to speak here at Arterial. I just grew up down the road and I still live nearby, so it's like a home game, so thank you. I guess after working in the sustainability space for a number of years now, I think it's a challenging sort of operating environment at the moment. And there's a lot of talk about sustainability, but I think it's genuinely difficult with all sorts of global and local issues. So I would say our smart growth strategy at the moment is an example of that there is, I would say the economic growth paradigm is just dominant, it's really challenged, and I think the fundamentals of sustainability are still not being addressed in the bigger picture. So when it comes to the Council's plan, I guess we see challenges in terms of CO2 emissions, water, social issues, all sorts of things that fit under that broader sustainability lens. And in terms of the actual financial aspect, you know, the $4.6 billion plan has become a more than $5 billion plan. And just the scale of that, I think, is difficult for a lot of people to grasp. When you look at Wellington with all its wastewater challenges, all the other issues that they're dealing with, transport, that their plan is regarded as a big plan, and yet we're planning to spend 2.5 times per capita what Wellington will spend in the next decade. So that spending has to be spot on to actually be worthwhile investing that much money. And the issue that we have as a trust is that there is no funding specifically for climate action. There's nothing for elder housing, now that there's a broad plan for social housing, and no plan around sustainable water for the city. And it isn't consistent with the government's transport policy. And as I know a couple of you on the Commission have said as such in council meetings that you're not going to meet those targets that the government has. So in that context, what's happening is we're investing more than any other city in New Zealand, much more per capita, but we haven't actually got the outcomes that all those other cities have got. And if you just listen to what Phil Goff has been saying in recent times, he's all about climate action. We haven't even got there. I know you've got it on the paper to do something, but they're actually investing in it, whereas we haven't even got the plan yet. But you're investing still, and you're investing more per capita than they are. So that's the issue that we have in general terms. There's also the issue of no public consultation. And like every other city in New Zealand, certainly every other metro city, they have done full public consultation on their spatial plans and their transport plans in the last few years. And there's been nothing, as you know, on the transport plan or AFTI or any of that stuff. So there's no buy-in. You go and talk to people about it. They don't understand what is being planned. They'll have varying ideas, but they need to be brought into this. Civic redevelopment, I guess we have real concerns in terms of the Local Government Act requirement for this to be looked at with open minds. And I know you've sort of reassured us, but we hear the comments by yourselves, by Willis Bond, by some key stakeholders. We see what's in the consultation document. We see the financial information, which wasn't clear, comparing options 1 and 2. And we find it really difficult to understand how that cannot be a slanted bias towards option 1. Everything about it points to people, if they just use common sense, they choose option 1 from what you've provided. But when you actually figure it out and I've talked to a lot of people about it, and nobody knew the actual financial details until we put it up on our website. And at that point, they were saying, this is very different to what we read in the council documents. And I think that's a huge issue. And the lack of a business case is the other thing. No business case for the core part of that investment, which is the museum, exhibition centre, event space, etc. And again, you've tried to reassure us that that's going to be coming, but it's going to come after we've had our say on it, so it does seem very back to front. So we'd like to see the benefit cost analysis, the environmental benefit costs, because that's, as Joe was saying earlier, that's a huge issue. And I guess the specific outcomes, like what are we going to get for our, whatever it is, 25 million or something for the wharf? Yet another wharf redevelopment, but we don't have a clue what it is. So you're sort of saying, not a blank cheque, but you're sort of saying, here's the amount of the cheque, but we have no idea what we're going to get for that cheque. And we don't know what's going to happen when inflation, as it inevitably will, pushes that cost up. So the opportunity cost is the other big thing. And I guess as a trust, we're saying, why don't people get given a choice to decide, would we rather invest 300 million in the CBD or half that amount, scale back the museum, look at what the previous business case said, which was a library museum was the most cost-effective outcome, and to actually invest money into safe cycleways for every kid around Tauranga to be able to bike to and from school, to invest in elder housing, to invest in whatever else that people want to invest in. But we haven't had that conversation. We haven't had the big conversation about growth, we haven't had the conversation about transport, and we haven't had the conversation about all these other things that are not in the plan. And you heard from the lakes, that whole area of Tauranga is just absolutely bereft of a lot of facilities. We haven't heard anything about whether you're going to retain full ownership of that civic block, and what is going to happen with Lot 45, and we're here at Huria, and I'm sure you must have had some discussions, but what is going to happen there? It's a huge issue for Ngāi Tamarauaho, and yet there's nothing in the consultation document, nothing in the public arena about that. We hear from one of the property developers that there's been a deal done. Has there, hasn't there? We need to be able to understand what the implications are. We're also questioning whether reinstating a library and a council chambers and some landscaping, as you put it, Anne, is going to actually pump the city, as your promotional material says. If you're doing videos and promotion around pumping the city, then how will it pump the city? Because I don't think council chambers and libraries and landscaping pumps the city. So are we saying a museum on its own will do it, or is it these other facilities? So who's going to fund the hotel, the performing arts and conference centre? Will all that operating expenditure be paid by the council? We don't know that. I've tried to find out from staff. They don't know that, they're saying. So if the staff don't know it, presumably you don't know it, we certainly don't know it, so how can we have an informed conversation around this? And I think a lot of it does hinge on who invests in those facilities, what those outcomes will be. We need the business case, we need all that stuff to have an informed view. So at the moment we're sort of saying, well, there's so many questions here, so much money involved, such huge opportunity costs, all the social issues taking place in Tauranga, as you know, all the environmental degradation that's happening. None of this will help our our waterways, the polluted waterways, the climate change issues. You know, no matter how green you make these buildings, which we do hope whatever's built will be living buildings, green buildings, low cost operating costs, etc. But, you know, none of that is reassuring to us. So our vision is for a sustainable, equitable and accessible city, and we think the current plans for the civic redevelopment and the bigger picture long-term plan do not meet that outcome, and so therefore the only option is to change that plan to make it more sustainable. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Glenn. I think so I do understand that there are still a lot of questions to be answered, but I think what I tried to say to you when we talked about this at one of the consultation meetings was, at this stage, the two options really are, because the library and community centre was consulted on as part of that 10-year plan last year. The decision was made to go ahead with that, so that's already being designed as we speak. And so the quandary that we were in with going out to the community this time, which is to make an amendment to that 10-year plan. So that 10-year plan is still there, and we acknowledge that that was a plan that we had to put together pretty quickly, and so some of those bigger, wider issues that you're talking about we didn't address, and the climate action plan is part of that. I think Minister Mahuta extended our time here so that we can get the next long-term plan in place, and I think and our hope is that we can have some of those wider discussions in order to go into that next 10-year, which is 2024 to 2034. So this year we were faced with the dilemma of having the concept of the city centre plan, and you're right, I don't think any of us believe that buildings are going to give a heart and soul to a city. It's what happens in those buildings, and it's what happens around those buildings and the activity that takes place that will do that. So the question we were asking the community was, do we do the library as we agreed last year? We need a town hall, meeting place, council chamber, and then we've got this big space and a bit of landscaping. So that was option 2. And then if at a later stage, because of a whole variety of reasons, you want to build a museum, extend the art gallery, have an exhibition centre, etc., we do it. So we do it in the sort of staged manner, deliberate over a period of time, which could be 10, could be 20 years. Or do we get on and do it all in one? And the costings that we had was about 303 million. So the difference between what was agreed on last year, which was about 86 million from memory, and the 150 million, which gave us the civic whare and the landscaping, was what was the difference for the ratepayers. And we said, if we go with the bigger concept, get it all done in one project, so is it a number of projects or one project? So that was the conversation that we were trying to have with the community. And by and large, with the submissions that have come in and the conversations we've had around the city with a whole variety of groups of people, is just get on with it, do it in one hit. Tauranga has a history of never getting past stage 1, just get on and do it. And so I don't think we disagree with you that underneath that, then each part of that, if we go ahead with the option 1, each part then has to have its own business case. So the library has a business case that was prepared last year, or the year before last. Before that. The museum will need a business case. The exhibition event centre will need a business case. So that still needs to be done. However, and if the costs are more, I'm assured that they are building into that costing sufficient breathing space, because over the next 6 years, inflation and the cost of materials, etc. So I'm sure that they've been doing that. We've had another piece of work done to verify that. if there were major differences in cost, or if the fundraising that we're going to have to do to meet the other half doesn't happen, then we have to go back to the community. You couldn't proceed without it. So I guess my answer to you is yes, there's still a lot of questions to be answered, and we'll have to do that before each part of the staged development of the site happens. But we had to have that wider conversation with the community first, and we tried to do it in a meaningful way. Was do we do it over 10, 20 years, stage by stage, or do we do it as one integrated project that you can get lots of efficiencies, you can get you can set it up and you can start operating it. We can build into it that sustainability that we all want to achieve, and that was our preferred option. So we had to be upfront about that. You have to have under the Act, you have to have a preferred option. We didn't mean to skew it in any particular way, but we had to be upfront that we think that's the best thing for Tauranga. And if people disagree, then happy to hear that.
But even the numbers you just quoted were misleading, because the 151 and the 86 is not the end of the story because of the Three Waters funding. To compare that like with like, you have to go through that whole process like we did with your staff and then put it online.
But at meetings, when I was asked about that, we are unlikely to get, well, if you look at the criteria for the Three Waters, we're unlikely to get Three Waters funding for a library that's already been committed. It's already in our long-term plan. That doesn't meet the criteria for the Three Waters. What is it? Betterment funding.
But I guess our point as a trust is that there are...
So you couldn't apply it to the option 2?
Yeah, but in terms of the City Council as a whole, there was a potential to access that funding, which I'm reassured from central government sources would be highly likely. I mean, you're obviously closer to it, but there are all sorts of community facilities that are needed, and we're saying it's a high-risk strategy to invest huge amounts of money in a CBD that's
I understand
dead,
that.
and there's a model of urbanisation that's different now. So in that context, with all the stuff that Nick's dealing with infrastructure and trying to access, not just the funding side of it, but the workers on the ground to do it, you're choosing a time when Grant Robertson has said this is a bad time to do all this stuff. The government's having a cup of tea on it. We're just saying, let's have a cup of tea, have a look at it all, look at the business cases first, look at whether there's a better option with the Heritage Centre that the community organisation we're looking at. We haven't seen what they've got planned. We haven't seen what all the other heritage centres in Cliff Road, out at Pukahinahina. We'd love to see, and speaking on behalf of many in the public, I'm sure, to see the whole range of options with all the business cases, all the costings, then have a full and final discussion where we're actually as informed as you are, because at the moment you have a whole lot of information that we don't have access to.
No,
and so
actually we don't have any.
Well, that's even
those
more
are all being
worry.
done by different groups. We're aware, just as you are, that they're being done, but we don't have that information. So we have our projects. We have our projects. We've had discussions, so we know the Cliff Road that the Anglican Church is working with the Otamataha Trust. We know what they're proposing. We haven't seen any details of that. We don't have a business case. We don't have access to that information because they're different groups that are doing that.
But is council going to fund any of those facilities? We're not even clear on that. Are any of those council OPEX funded?
When they come to us with their plans, then we'll have to have an open conversation, and the Act requires us, if we are going to fund any of those, to have that conversation with the community.
Yeah.
But as yet, that's not on the table. And some of that information that you've just taught, some of those plans, we have no idea. They are being dealt with by different groups, and they're entitled to do that, as any group in the city is entitled to have their plans. So, any other questions? Yeah, Stephen.
Thanks for your submission, Glenn. And look, I just wonder if you understand that actually we are investing significantly in the city to retrofit investment that should have been done for decades, and that's why we have such an investment program. And the CBD is an inherent part of the redevelopment of Te Papa Peninsula, with Cameron Road as the public transport, walking and cycling backbone. And I know you're opposed to Cameron Road as well. You seem to be opposed...
And I'm opposed to the specific design outcomes for public transport.
But my question is, can we not raise our vision beyond the detail here? Because what we're seeking to do is invest in the city that will support Waikato University's development, will support the private sector development that is already, I don't know if you saw the paper this morning, but there's $1.5 billion plus worth of private sector capital that is now attracted to investment in the city centre. And a significant part of that, the message is confidence in the city because they can see investment by the City Council and others. And you link that to a Cameron Road, to intensified Te Papa Peninsula, where there is great civic amenity and great ability for access to and from the city along what will eventually be a dedicated bus corridor through there. That is what's going to transform the city and make a significant contribution to reducing our climate emissions. But if we keep on making incremental decisions and second guessing as we go along, which has been the heritage of this city, then we're never going to get there. And I ask you that question: are you actually focused on the bigger picture?
Absolutely.
Or the detail?
That's I mean, our vision is. I mean, I won't. We haven't got time to go into the detail, but absolutely, we're focused on the big picture. That's our concern. And I've got to say, with an example of Cameron Road, just an example that you constantly raise. The reason we got into it is because it's constantly used as the example that will help to reduce our transport emissions. The business case itself, the staff working on it, say quite clearly it will increase emissions, or at least not reduce emissions in the best case. So, I mean, this is the whole thing. There's a gap. The problem you've got is I've read those details, I know what's going on, and it will not reduce emissions, and neither will those other plans.
No one initiative will achieve that, but the collection of initiatives will change the direction of travel. That's the point.
If you look at what Auckland, Wellington and other cities have done, they have got plans that actually have details. You can talk to a number of people in Tauranga who are involved with those. James Hughes, for instance, from Tonkin and Taylor. They know the details of it and they know what's likely to happen. And you can see the congestion charge, in which I'm sure you're supportive of in Auckland, has got massive support up there around the businesses and so forth, because they've worked through a process and they are nearly at the point of rolling out enough public transport to potentially make that viable. But we're so far behind in all that the problem with investing $300 million in the CBD is you risk not investing $300 million in the much needed stuff to protect our environment and to help the people who live here. And that's our priority.
Okay,
big picture.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to call it to a halt because we've run out of time. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Liz Davies. On Social Link. Hi, Liz.
Hi, kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this
We'll give you a
afternoon.
bell when you've got 1 minute.
Don't worry, it's under 5. But just like to acknowledge Ngai Tamarawaho as the mana whenua for this rohe. I understand you've been receiving lots of feedbacks on the options you've put out, so I'll take it as read what I've got in my submission and focus on the other points. So we know that the options that have been presented potentially mean an increase in rates. So, and I understand Council is doing some work about how to address increased rates for those who are unable to afford them, which we very, very much support. In recent research we've undertaken, it demonstrates that Tauranga has seen the highest increase of food prices of all other regions in the motu. And Tauranga's retail price for electricity has consistently been the highest in the 6 main cities. So while cost of living's hurting everyone across Aotearoa, it would seem that Tauranga has seen the highest prices for non-negotiable costs. Food, power, then of course we know housing costs, and then rate increases, which makes it a bit of a triple whammy. That's why we believe it's incredibly important that there is some support for those ratepayers unable to afford rate increases. We're really pleased to see the emphasis on investing in community infrastructure and community development activities in the long-term plan. We'd like to acknowledge TCC's Contestable Community Grants Fund to support community organisations. However, we believe there could be and should be a fairer distribution of those funds across the four wellbeings, particularly social wellbeing and environmental wellbeing. Given the considerable investment TCC are making or planning to make into infrastructure, the opportunity to achieve social, cultural and environmental outcomes via procurement is considerable. We're heartened that the TCC procurement policy actively considers this, so we'd be interested to know how social, cultural and environmental outcomes are being actively considered in procurement now and in the future, and the extent to which these outcomes have been achieved as a result of procurement. SocialLink also strongly advocates for the use of social and environmental impact assessments, particularly for projects that are likely to have significant risks and or opportunities to social and environmental wellbeing. Without such assessments, risks aren't mitigated, a social licence or community support may not be achieved, and projects will not maximise the opportunities to improve wellbeing. SocialLink welcomes any opportunity to further discuss procurement, impact assessments and any other ways we can place a social wellbeing lens on the work of Tauranga City. Finally, SocialLink welcomes the opportunity to partner and work with TCC and has submitted a partnership proposal to contribute to TCC's efforts to improve communities. And we're proposing to do that by improving the capability of the social and community sector workforce to deliver services to communities, to better contribute to TCC community outcomes, improve insight into local social issues over time, and offering a social sector or social wellbeing lens to TCC's strategies, plans, policies and projects. And by telling the stories of community organisations to raise their profile, which would enable community organisations to unleash community support such as donations, sponsorship and volunteers. That's it.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Liz. A couple of questions I've got for you. So I just had a look at we've just had the second round of that community fund, and I just picked up on your comment that you think we should have a fairer distribution of that based on social needs. Are you not comfortable with the distribution? I mean, we know because we don't do it. We just see them.
I did a bit of a breakdown, and my breakdown, it appeared that arts and sports were getting a considerable amount of money, and I see the merit and value of sports and arts. It's more about a matter of equity. Environmental was almost zero, and social was a lot less as well. So I was involved in the review of the community grant policy, and one of the main premise of that was to enable fairer distribution, and I don't believe that's been achieved. Having said that, I know that takes time. You can't just cut one area. But I do believe a greater focus on that distribution is required.
And then the second I was going to ask, so we were quite heartened. I'd be interested to have a conversation with you on that measurement against those well-being in procurement, because I think that's an area I know that we're quite interested in, particularly Shad is interested in pursuing. It's how you report it, it's how you capture it and report it that be interested to have a discussion with you about at a later time.
That would be good, because it's like I said, the words are in the procurement policy, which is awesome, but does it actually translate to actually achieving that? I was talking to Kylie Willison before. She's got plans to grow a tree nursery to support TNL and other developments. That's precisely the thing that could be achieved through a procurement policy which takes into account social, cultural and environmental outcomes. So, I'll be interested in that conversation too.
Okay, we'll park that for later. Any other questions for Liz? Bill?
Thanks, Liz. And just picking up in terms of and you discussed the procurement and the progress that's made in that in respect of social procurement. Is there a linkage between that and the suggestion of the social and environmental impact assessments that you're suggesting be undertaken for projects?
A link between the procurement and impact assessment?
Yes, yeah.
I think, I think there is a link. So I imagine an impact assessment would look at opportunities of procurement to achieve social and environmental and cultural outcomes. So I think they are tied.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So that brings us to Marcus Wilkins. Is Marcus here? Yes. Come on up, Marcus. So we've got 5 minutes and we'll give you a bell to let you know there's 1 minute to go.
I'll turn my telephone off.
That's always a good start.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and submit. I'll take my submissions as read.
Yep.
And I'm thankful to have been able to watch, being brought back in by someone down the back there to listen to Mr. Crowther's submissions, so I might comment on those and do a bit of a pivot there. So you've got my submissions. My main concerns are around the Civic Centre. There's been a lot of discussion about that this morning. So there's a couple of questions I've got for the commissioners around that out of the consultation document, and they touch on some of the things that people have been talking about this morning as far as I can hear. You've got a statement in there that there were other stakeholders involved with Willis Bond and Mana Whenua in the development of the plan. It's on page 13, I think. So who were the other stakeholders and how were they selected? And there's a statement on page 14 which says in relation to option 1, there will be, as one of the advantages for choosing option 1 for the city centre, there will be a collaborative process which delivers community and Mana Whenua aspirations in a complementary manner through partnership. So I'd like to know from the commissioners what is meant by that statement, because here we are in a consultation process. The consultation document clearly indicates option 1, in my view, is the preferred option. You've got a statement in here that says we're going to consult on option 1, and then we're going to have a collaborative process which delivers community and Mana Whenua aspirations in a complementary manner through partnership. So I'm wondering what that involves, because it seems to me there's a lot of unknowns in this, and don't get me wrong, I was very excited when you came to town that we would actually have some leadership, that things would get done. But I guess my challenge to you is actually how you're doing it, and what does collaboration mean? You know, is collaboration the same as engagement, or are we actually in a process here, as Noam Chomsky would have said, where this is about manufactured consent rather than informed consent, touching on what Mr. Crowther talked about. So, you know, I'd really like to know who the other stakeholders were and how they were selected when you did your civics, and what you actually mean by this collaborative process, because, I mean, clearly we're here submitting on something that's a little bit light on detail, and the consultation document says option 1 has this advantage. There's no ability to collaborate with the community in a complementary manner through partnership for option 2. So I'm just confused about what the process is from here, because I'm a great fan of genuine, deliberate engagement with the community. And from where I sit, this sort of process is fine to a point, but it doesn't get you to carry the people with you. And there has to be more. And that's really what I was looking for with the appointment of the commissioners, was really taking the community with you in a genuine... I don't see any systems or processes that lead us through a genuine, deliberate engagement process. You know, you're going to put the city centre in place, and we're stuck with it when you've gone. And so, you know, I'm really concerned that we're being railroaded into option 1. I don't know... There seems to be no transparency around the whole Willis Bond preferred development partner arrangement. Clearly this is their option, They've put it forward in consultation. You know, big questions. Love to have the city centre redeveloped, but what's the process?
Okay, so let's start with Willis Bond. So I think it was actually 2 councils ago under Mayor Greg Brownless, where the contract was signed with Willis Bond as the developers.
Yep.
So we've had a look at that contract and continued on with that contract. So yes, we engaged them to help with the design concepts as we refreshed the master plan, because again, we picked up the master plan from the previous council that had been developed and consulted on. The bit that we took out of it was the admin offices, and we've got on with that happening in Devonport Road. And then we did the refreshed plan, which is what's out for consultation. And you heard my answer to Glenn. Do we do it all at once, or do we do it in the typical fashion of doing a bit now and a bit maybe in a couple of years' time, etc.? So the collaborative way that we have worked to date, because we've recognised, first of all, the history of the site and the history of the area, and we've worked with the Otamataha Trust in particular as representing the iwi, and significant interest in the site that the Civic Centre is on. So they have been involved with Willis Bond as the design concept has been developed.
Yes, I understand that.
Yep, and they would continue to be.
Yep,
the intention is that they would continue to be involved as those more detailed designs are developed. Each part of the project would require specialist assistance. So if you're designing a library, you need to have specialists in libraries, you need to have archivists, you need to have...
so I'm familiar with all that.
Right, when you asked what the collaborative...
Who were the stakeholders and how were they selected? And how do you deliver community aspirations if this is what you're going to do for option 1? How do you determine what the aspirations are? Are you just consulting with a
Sorry,
selected...
but you're asking a whole lot of questions. I'm trying to answer, and
well,
you keep stopping me.
So you keep talking about stuff that I didn't ask you about. I asked you about who were the stakeholders and how were they selected. So you talked about mana whenua. I know the mana whenua consulted. It's in the document. So who were the stakeholders?
Well, they will continue. They are
yes,
one of
absolutely,
the
and totally appropriate. But who were the other stakeholders and how were they selected?
So there will be people, as we've heard of today. So there will be people who are from the community who have expertise. And they will be selected based on their expertise.
This is this collaboration process for option 1, which will follow option 1 being adopted.
So what we'll do, because we don't have time today to discuss this fully, but we're happy to get that to you in the response that you will get to your submission.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your transparency. Okay. I do note that you're the chair of Transparency International New Zealand, so
thank you.
I'm confident that there will be complete and total transparency around the processes that are being adopted.
We do our best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Liz Cooper. Liz Cooper, welcome. Sorry, we are running a bit late. I'm sorry. You can see that we are having discussions with people. So. But we have your submission. You've got 5 minutes. We'll give you a warning bell when you've got a minute to go. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Hello and greetings to all. I've got a speech here and I've found myself rewriting it. I've been sitting for 45 minutes listening to other people's submissions, which is very interesting. So I'm going to go off my speech and say I've lived here nearly 3 years now. I still feel like a complete incomer. I get cross with people who say there isn't democracy because I feel a lot more able to add my little voice to what's going on in Tauranga than I have in many other communities I've lived in. And I think in particular the way that the commissioners are working, You know, I feel I have a voice. I'm not sitting at home writing letters to the paper saying nobody's listening to me, because I think people are listening to me, and I think all you need to do is to come forward. Anyway, I sound like I'm being really critical. I wanted to just pick up on a couple of things from earlier speakers, from, I think it was Glenn, is it Glenn? Yes. About the bigger issues around the environment and social issues and transport. Yeah, I could do a whole thing on transport, but I'm an arts specialist. I'm not going to talk about transport. I lived in London for 30 years. I'm a passionate believer in public transport, but I'm putting that aside. But I just want to say I'm not trying to appear one-eyed. I'm speaking for myself, just me, a resident here. I don't have a brief or a request from any agency, any individual, any organisation. I'm trying to use language that is relevant to the situation, but I'm not good at language. I stumble frequently. I'm not trying to offend anyone. My ear is not nuanced. I do honesty rather than grace. I say we a lot because I like to work collaboratively. I work in the public arts. I want to work with others to build knowledge, ideas, strength, everything, all of this feeding into every kaupapa. In publicly funded arts, there's not normally a lot of money, a lot of resources, but there's a lot of passion. People want to work together. They want to be collaborative. They want to engage. I don't see collaborative and engagement as two rival things. It's all together. And also about publicly funded arts practice is that a lot of it has huge emphasis on education and well-being. And that's not just because they're important, but also because often funding bodies, whether private or public, see them as being important. Anyway, I'm speaking to the Civic Precinct and I'm supporting option 1. Maybe I'm the only person in Tauranga supporting it, in which case I'll probably have to hide my head as I leave. But anyway, Tauranga needs and deserves a beating heart to the city, to our city, to this place that celebrates our stories, our culture, our mahi, our ideas, a place that welcomes us all. And I think you should adopt the full plan. I know it's going to be expensive. I don't have solutions for that. I'm not a planner. I know a bit about funding. I don't know any of that stuff. I would work on a business plan, except I already have about 3 jobs and I haven't got time. But, I support it all. And the reason I do is that, going back to my submission last year to long-term plan, the city has got to think in big terms about the future. It's not just about Tauranga's significance to the region, although that's important, but it's about the ambition overall, thinking about civic reputation, facilities, values, everything that's important to us, making a significant contribution. We could be very powerful culturally. We're the 5th biggest city. We're likely to become bigger. I have lots of examples around that. And speaking particularly to the different elements of the Civic Precinct, there's been a lot of talk about the museum. We do have the significant collection of taonga, of treasures, which need to be explored. But it's not just about objects. The Civic Centre, for me, should be a platform, a meeting place for everyone, for the objects that tell us stories, that explore who we are. Now, as I said, I'm an incomer. I think I will always be regarded with suspicion by some of the old school of Tauranga Moana. I've lived in bigger and more well-known cities, and, well, you can say, well, lucky for you, who cares? Well, what I've seen is what works elsewhere, and I want to see those values and that nurturing activity to build communities and destinations, to have pride in our city, the treasure, the collections, the way that we work, our amazing, talented, creative practitioners that we have. So many performers, makers, artists, designers, musicians and poets. We're not just beaches and bars, orchards and packing houses. We need to think about the government's living standards framework. There has been some press about the post-pandemic approach to tourism. Well, never mind tourism. These are values that should be enriching everything we do in all our planning. Natural, financial, social and human/cultural capitals. We have all of those, but I don't believe the last one is being fully explored. I found a text from Tamaki Maori village in Rotorua talking about kautahitanga, the concept of togetherness, and what they say, it's important to lift each other up. Kautahitanga is identifying as one, sharing the earth, extending our awhina or support to everyone and receiving the same back. And I think that the full plan for the precinct would give us a flexibility and a strength, embedding the concept of kautahitanga literally at the centre of the city, giving everyone a place to be together, to support each other and to celebrate our lives and our stories. Ngā mihi nui. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Liz. Thank you for those words at the end. I hope you're going to table your speech because it captures a lot of what we're certainly trying to see in that civic site. But also thank you for your comments about feeling able to come and have your voice heard, because that's really, we're working really hard to make that a reality across the Tauranga community. So I appreciate your words. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, see if you can, if she'll let us. Do you want it to go? It doesn't. You don't want it to go.
Email it to somebody.
That would be lovely. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. So Greg Bayliss.
Oh, he's not here.
Oh no, that's right. I beg your pardon. So it's Julie Andrews.
Must be yours.
Yeah, that's mine. Yeah, no one pictures it.
You've got a few of those.
Yes, I have. One slide.
Kia
ora, Commissioner.
Kia ora. So, Julie, you've got 5 minutes, and we'll give you a bell at 5.
Thank you.
And we've all got your submission, and we've all read it. So I'm just trying to find it here.
So that you know that I support option 3. So I was just going to talk about a couple of aspects more on consultation and also the scale of the development. I'd just like to reiterate what previous speakers who have focused on sustainability have said, just that we do have a vision and we are focused on the bigger picture, but it's a different sort of vision to the one that's been put forward by, well, and it's been strongly driven by Willis Bond, recognising, they're a large-scale developer. They specialise in these type of developments. They have a 12-year contract which gives them exclusive rights to design and build on CBD council land. That's got to influence the kind of grant proposals that come forth. But that's the vision that we have, is to scale down the spending, still do something really special in Tauranga. Like, there was talk of, in fact, there was $150,000 allocated for a feasibility study into a heritage centre. And I found that really exciting. And I was thinking, yes, and we've got a rich oral history tradition, and we could make more of that, and all of those sorts of things to do with the civic centre and so on, I find really exciting. But I just do not buy into the vision that we have to spend this amount of money to achieve what we want to do. And the Heritage Centre, my understanding was that it would cost the ratepayer nothing. We're talking about now a museum of $106 million, which would be of international standard, when 4 years ago there was a referendum that said people didn't want any kind of museum. That's got to be a major red flag. There are so many people out there who do not have the time to be engaging in this kind of process. They're the kind of people I talk to who are totally outraged and say, please, this cannot go ahead. And have we missed the deadline? And unfortunately, yes, they have. But this is not necessarily a proposal that represents what we could do here. And I find that really disturbing. I think that there are a couple of points I've made here, that the $48.4 million from Three Waters, if we spend it on this, we're sacrificing spending it on other ways. And it's not just a matter of it's available for option 1, it's not available for option 2. Because in respect of that tranche of funding from which this $48.4 million comes, Minister Nanaia Mahuta was quoted as saying, councils would be better able to use the funding to support the Three Waters service reform and focus on other local wellbeing outcomes associated with climate change and resilience, housing and urban design and planning, and community wellbeing. Whilst the Civic Centre may qualify under the community wellbeing criterion, it's clear that there's a trade-off. It means sacrificing the opportunity to spend any of those funds on the Three Waters service reform, climate change and resilience, and housing and urban design and planning. Similarly, the sale of council assets. The external funding figures in the council documents include $20 to $30 million to be generated from the sale of non-core assets owned by the council. Again, those funds only get to be spent once, and we need to be wise in how we do that. So the commissioners are in a governance position in lieu of councillors elected by the community. In the absence of elected representatives, commissioners must be even more careful to represent the people fairly and insist on a process which has integrity and is transparent. As it stands, the submission process for the LTPA is flawed because of those options skewed, not only because of the misrepresentation of the options, but because there are so many people in the community who have not heard about the process, let alone participated in it. And I think any mandate needs to be via another referendum. Also, you're responsible for ensuring the city's in a position to meet climate emission targets and for prioritising sustainability and climate resilience. And we've talked about an independent sustainability board, which I think would be essential. So to wrap up, I support option 3 in my submission, and I just want to reiterate that I don't think there's any way that the result of this submission process can be seen as a mandate to go ahead with option 1. That we have to be realistic about what the future holds, honour the environment we value so much, and take care of the people in our community and those who come after us.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Thank you. Appreciate you coming here. Thank you.
Okay.
Julie?
Thank you.
Heidi Hughes. Hi.
Hi.
So you've got 5 minutes. We'll give you a bell at 1.
Awesome, thank you.
But we've got your...
Submission's very quick, don't worry too much. I've just taken a piece because I haven't had a lot of time to look at the detail, so I'm going to... but this is a piece that's very dear to my heart, so I am going to give you some visuals for it because it's a very visual idea. I hope you all carpooled today. It's Wednesday.
We did. Yeah, we did actually. We did.
Nice. Have you got the... Are you putting the... Oh yeah, it's going up. Great, thank you. Awesome. Don't start my time yet. How does... Is this work like a... Is it like a mouse or a clicker?
Yeah, it's just a mouse, so if you just use this side to...
Okay, cool.
This needs to warm up. I like your T-shirt.
I know, right? I was at Gate Pass School earlier, and we're doing a little prize giving to them because they were the winners. Handing them a $500 cheque, and they're going to spend it on planting trees in their gully, which is super cool. So they were the winning primary school for the term, which is awesome.
There we go.
All right. How do we make that large, like at full screen from there? Do you? Oh yeah. It should like go slideshow somewhere. You go up to the slideshow at the top, come down.
That's it.
Thank you. Oh, there they go. So I'm just going to speak to the civic heart area. Firstly, I want to say I really agree with the, though just because I forgot to put in my submission that I agree with the levy on Tauranga. I think that's a wonderful idea so that we can continue on to provide amenity in the rest of our city. So I think that Tauranga has an opportunity to create a point of difference and showcase our commitment to a sustainable city. And even though this looks like it's got a lot of green roof, it's got a green roof on the whare, but it doesn't have a green roof on the rest of the buildings. And I think there is a massive opportunity to put green roofs on all of our buildings because it's a massive footprint down there, and we have the opportunity actually to create a whole new park for the city downtown on the top of our roof space, not by providing another floor and making them too tall, but by using the roof space. So on top of the library, you've already got a cafe. That could be a whole reading garden, botanical garden, and a peaceful place where people could come And because it's confined up the top, then people can use their books and things. You're not going to have to worry about people going away with their books. It would be an incredible asset to the city on the top of the library. A discovery garden on top of the museum. There's an incredible opportunity to have rungua gardens, to have a native walk through there to really talk about our natural history and bring it as a discovery place so that people can actually get hands-on experience. And that could be right on top of the museum. On top of the exhibition centre, I mean, you could really theme it out with a real beach vibe, get beach volleyball happening and actually have business house volleyball going at lunchtimes, put some courts up there and really plant some tussock plantings around them, some mini pahutakawas and things, and get that real vibe of what it is to be a Tauranga person, but also just create a place where people can have a place to go and do stuff in their lunch hours. So green roofs, they improve stormwater management, they reduce energy consumption, they extend blah, 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 we'll go right through those, but it will give council another whole footprint of active community space without using any more valuable land. So the opportunity, it's very hard to retrofit buildings with this, but if you put it into the original plans and look at what kind of weighting you need at the start, then the cost is actually minimal considering the return on the amount of space and usable land you will gain over time, which will only get more valuable as our city develops. So the next thing I wanted to show you here is, and I know these are schematic plans right now, but there is very little permeable space in these plans. There's a heap of concrete, and it looks, with the images, when you look at some of them, it looks, oh great, it looks like we're going to get a lot of green space. We just need to be very careful. There's some incredible examples. Rotorua has done a lot of work around making sure they've got permeable land. There's water sensitive design, looking after the stormwater runoff all the way down that system. There's a lot to be done there. Yep. Our waterfront landscape design. So we want to, I think, keep away from having so much concrete down our waterfront. We've seen that in Phoenix Park. We want to really make sure that this whole idea of environmental sustainability, just showing what sponge cities, there's some really great research around sponge cities in China and what they're doing to make sure that everything's permeable, water sensitive design, respect of our harbour, and making our landscape a story that we can tell proudly in our museum. And I think there's kids missing from our design. It looks very corporate. This is kind of these soft spaces that are fun and playful all the way through our city, not just in a designated playground, but right through that design. Bring children in, because that's what makes everyone else smile. If you're out at lunchtime or the grandparents are there or whoever's there, they're going to love it if it's a space that also makes children feel welcome. So I also wanted to talk about this is the Living Building Challenge Standards, and this is what the the Tuhoi Marae has been done based on. And these kind of principles, design principles, takes in a lot of the elements that Social Link, Sonia was talking about earlier, in terms of making sure that you've got all of those elements together, and it provides a framework for that. So I don't think that we could pull that off for the entire precinct, because it's quite a process, but the whare would be an incredible opportunity to really bring some kind of framework in that shows a regenerative way of working, and actually teaches our council and our community how we can do that for future projects. There's also, so the other thing about that I did notice, and this is the last point about the building design, is that it talks about that we will use procurement where we can, good procurement process, etc. But there's no actual framework for that. And I think the Green Star building rating system, some kind of framework that we actually hold them to account through, because it's very easy for Willis Bond to say we'll do everything we can, but if we've got some kind of framework and some kind of agency that oversees that, then that will ensure that process is driven right through the procurement process all the way through. And that's a really good system that we've already got, so we might as well not reinvent the wheel. We can tap into the subject matter experts there. That's all I'm going to say. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Heidi. That is actually a really exciting concept. I know I've been on the High Line in New York, which is just absolutely amazing, and as you say, created huge green space in the middle of a city, which no one ever thought about, because it was just a surface. So thank you for that.
And I think
really
these buildings, even though they're quite tall, are going to be low for what we're going to have in the future.
Yeah,
so
right.
everybody's either going to look down on grey or they're going to look down on a green space, the hotel behind them, as we rise. And I think it would also create some momentum for all those billion-dollar projects that are coming down into the city to say, well, maybe you guys could put green roofs on as well.
Yeah.
And then we could really present ourselves as this incredible city that has a point of difference that's outstanding and makes us all feel proud about what we're achieving. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, does anyone have any questions? I mean, were you going to question?
No, I've got plenty of notes as a result to follow up.
Nice.
Okay.
I've got a bunch of research if anyone wants to know about green roofs and water sensitive design and the Living Building Challenge.
I'm sure. Thanks, Heidi. Carol Gordon. So, Carol. So, Carol, you're a bit the same as Glenn. You've got a personal submission, and then you're presenting on behalf of the Smart Growth Social Sector Forum. Do you want to run it all together, or do you want to do them separately?
I'll do them separately if I like, because I've got 2 PowerPoints that support them.
So you're going to do Smart Growth
first?
You're doing Smart Growth first, or you?
Civic Centre. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity today. I wish to honour the whare and the people and our history that brings us here to this place today. It is most meaningful to me that we're having this meeting here. I'd like to talk about the Civic Centre in the big story, with links to some of the other speakers today. I'd like to move on and say that I think that we need bolder design thinking. I'm not impressed with the design elements that are currently shown. I don't believe that we need a fortress. I think we need something that links and honours our harbour and our environment. I'd like to suggest that, if we could just go back. I'd like to suggest that, as other speakers have, that we have more engagement in the design process, and that we have more reflection from across the breadth of our people, rather than limited little stakeholder groups. I think we need the buy-in from our people. So I'm keen that we integrate our cultural history into the future, not just how we are today, but how we move forward together as people. I want to see a reflection of our unique place, and I offer this design, perhaps if I could have yes. Thank you. Yeah. I offer this design as a way of looking at integrating the elements that you currently have separated as buildings, and that by taking a bolder position and integrating with the reflection of Mauao and our water and the waves and a place, really anchoring a place, then all of the elements that we want to embody can be integrated rather than separated. I was really moved by that design and felt it just spoke to something rather special that I wanted to share with you. So you can see beside it the straight-sided buildings that will occur in our city as the various
office blocks and hotels and larger accommodation buildings will occur. But you can see how the flow of design is a welcoming and embodies a greater story than square buildings. So I hope that might touch your heart in the way it has mine. We're not moving on. So I've just got a couple of slides. I want to highlight context, and I've spoken to that a little bit already, but I want to put it in the global context. I want to encourage you to go forward with the whole option 1, but remembering we're in a world of significant change that's hardly started. The effect of COVID and the Russian complexity are going to be with us for many, many years. And that's why I saw the embracing idea of that Abujadan design as being something you could begin and you could grow the elements within. That you didn't have to do the whole finished detail, that we could look at the development of our goal over time and as we can afford, because the change context that we're in hasn't hardly begun. It's going to get more difficult, whether it's supply of materials or people's insecurity in lots of ways. You know, we know a lot about the global risks that are occurring. And so I feel that trying to achieve option 1 in one big bite is really difficult for people to swallow. Whereas if we stay with a design concept that evolves, we can evolve and we can take the people and the needs with us in a more intergenerational manner. And so if we think about funding from an intergenerational perspective, we can also think about supply of civic needs in an intergenerational way. But I want to talk also about the public spaces as drivers of equity and prosperity. And you can see that public space doesn't have any people in it because it's busy with cars. And it isn't a public space at all. And so we can do better. Not managing this clicker. There we go. So as we are in the heart of this building and the Tauranga that we take forward, I hold dearly the restoration of the well-being of our peoples in our district. And so I do believe that as we give attention to nature, that we actually do restore the mauri of the essence of our land and the peacemaking that has occurred. And to honour that peacemaking is pretty special to me, and that's why I brought it forward. So we have a figure in our history that was a peacemaker. She was a peacemaker at the time of the Gate Pa battle. And I'd like to see somewhere in this whole complexity an honouring of Hene Te Kiri Karamu. And for those who don't know, yes.
Just be aware of your time because you've now used your 5 minutes for... And
so I've mentioned the organic link to the environment. A quick win, because I've heard you, Anne, speak about quick wins on Monday. And I want to commend you for your management of the day on Monday. It was remarkable. So how about solar lighting the pines on Pilot Bay and the critical pine on the elms as gateways to our city? We could do it now, bring some connectivity, bring some fun and happiness, and it wouldn't cost us much, but it'd be a great effect. So linking that back into solar fountains in our city, and you'll have noticed in my presentation I've had fountains.
It's a good idea.
So spaces in that inner city place for quiet inner city havens, that green spaces don't have to be all about big trees and park-like surroundings, but little private places for people to be. And I would like to see embracing flowers. You know, it's one thing to say, yes, we honour our native plants, but it's another thing to bring joy and happiness and beauty. And other cultures do it well, and we're embracing those cultures in our city. So let's embrace the domain as part of the civic space that you're looking at. Let's create a botanical garden in the view shaft. I'm not necessarily saying do it today, but if we view it in that way and integrate our civic centre, we've got the amalgam of green and connectivity. So I wanted to raise that importance. I also believe, and I've been involved in the transport planning stuff for some years, and so I've talked about smart city, and I really do believe that the civic centre has an opportunity to integrate the transport centre, not a bus stop, but a people place that enhances mobility. And I know my son, who's an award-winning architect, has offered designs that integrates transport centre into the civic place in the past, and I suggest a conversation with him might help that. So in summary, I'm talking about a smart city that's sustainable, that's age-friendly, that has design integrity. I hope we're going to get there. I hope we've not got buildings that reflect a war zone. And I would like to see, as other speakers have said, a botanical emphasis, but something that can be simply internationally distinctive, that can be intergenerationally met as something to be proud of. So I've summarised those things in my written submission. If we come to the social sector presentation, does anybody have any questions regarding that gorgeous design?
We are really behind time.
But that's not my fault.
No, that's not your fault. Quick.
Carol, in terms of Wharf Street redevelopment,
yes,
given what you've outlined there for public spaces, is that starting to address some of those matters?
No, it hasn't got permeable surfaces, it's got different coloured chairs, it hasn't got fountains, and no,
it's only
it doesn't.
A small space, but yeah, okay. For another discussion.
Yes, happy to have another discussion.
You've got a couple of minutes. We have got that. We have got
Yes.
the presentation.
Yes, this is an important topic, and I would like to cover the key points. I've only got a couple of slides.
Right. Okay.
It's clear that we've got a housing crisis. You've seen my submission. I want to highlight the fact that we have a recent report that the Housing Action Plan was built on. And I thought it important to bring back the detail. Because as a public, we have no idea what's coming out of the Housing Working Party. None whatsoever. No, and it's terrible. It's terrible. We actually have a housing crisis.
We do.
And we need to know what is actually happening. And one of the key points is about our demographic structural change. And most of you know I've been involved in that topic, Bill, for many years. And here we are still having to talk about building the right houses for our population. So we have a shift in the demography. We actually have urban longevity. We have people who live 90 and 100 years old who need a home for a lifetime. They need to be able to live out their lifetime in a home that is secure and suitable. We need to recognise in our planning, and the key point that I'm making is that the smaller and older households are 70% now of Tauranga's overall growth. When we began smart growth, we had a mantra bill that said the people over 85 would make up 80% of the growth. And this is the reconstruction of that same data. That is the figure that is in the housing assessment report. It's not mine. But it is a really, really important point as we visualise and make decisions that affect housing, but also about our communities as livable communities of 15 or 20-minute community plans. But it is also about our civic centre and how we manage the public participation of that space. So I want to highlight to you, and you've got the figures in my submission that show the growing social inequality, that we have an increase in one-person households earning below $30,000 a year. We have increased demand for people under $50,000 a year. So we have to keep a very clear view shaft about social inequality. And it raises a number of questions. I'd like to suggest, since you're really ready for lunch, and it's horrible being the last person before lunch.
No, we've still got another couple. We've still got another couple.
I'd like to suggest that perhaps we make another time where we can talk about those key questions. Because they're important questions and they do need answering. Would that be a generous thing for me to offer another time?
Yeah, no, I mean, we can't answer them now. So, like many others, it is appropriate that we set up another meeting at another time. We can't answer them all yet. We are doing some work. We are getting some work done. And so possibly when that's done.
I'd just like to highlight the second to last question. What future rental capacity planning is underway? And I know
we can't answer all.
You're in negotiation with Kainga Ora on that.
Well,
Yes.
Let's have that conversation another time.
Yes.
And we'll try and answer what we can answer, but we're not the only players, we're not part of the housing action group. So,
but we have the government at the table in the smart growth setting, and that's our opportunity. Okay. So thank you. I look forward to a further discussion on the urgency of our housing situation.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much, Carol. A consistent message. So we've got Craig Batchelor from Blue Haven. Welcome, Craig. No, it's not. It's Nathan. It looks like. Sorry, Craig's not here at all. I'm sorry. You've got the. I'm looking into the light, so I can't see. I can only see the outline.
Yeah, I was the person that emailed to see the buttons. Submission need that retrieval today.
5 minutes. Bell ring after.
Yeah, after one. You've heard it. You've heard it.
O rangatira tēnā koutou katoa. I'll cut to the chase pretty quickly, but can I just say it's so refreshing to have these type of sessions at Huria, and you should do it more often. I'm going to keep it pretty succinct to make your day easier. We've got 3 major points we just want to highlight as part of our submission. The first one is to, as part of the largest populous area and fastest growing populous area in Tauranga, we want to acknowledge Papamoa East in the Eastern Corridor as a key growth node of Tauranga. As a result of that, we would continue to advocate that the investment by Council is balanced to include or reference that area along with other areas in Tauranga. We understand there's a challenge of balance to growth and fixing some of the issues. All I can suggest, though, is that if we don't manage the growth component of it, that will become the fixed problem in 10 years' time. The second key point is we assume that as part of the LTP ongoing review, that investment is understood and perhaps considered out east. In particular, the second very major point, we would like to continue to see the discussion around a new pool facility out east. I was very enthused and to see your comments about the stadium ensuring the community-led space represents the wants and needs of the community is vital. Absolutely bang on the money. The Eastern Corridor residents have spoken. We want a pool. The swim community of Tauranga has spoken. We want a 50-metre pool, and we can't wait 8 to 10 years for it. So that's probably the succinctness of that message. And I appreciate all the fiscal constraints, but we will work with Council to help you deliver that pool facility out east. The third and final part for our submission is we have done a deep dive on the DC policy wording. And in particular, we want to, and you've seen our submission, in particular we want to reiterate the point that a staged approach to DCs for a large-scale project of the likes of the Sands Town Centre is important. It also gives us equivalence with residential development. We pay your DCs in a staged way rather than paying for the whole, because the town centre will move around quite a bit. So it's important that there is a staged approach to non-residential development, particularly large-scale projects like the Sands Town Centre. And it does provide that equivalence to residential development, which is on a staged basis as well. Just want to close, and Craig might have some other thoughts, is just to remind people that a city is the sum of our parts, and it's important, as everywhere, to have a flourishing heart, but it doesn't work without the rest of the tinana or the body working as well. So don't lose sight of the other parts of the city. Kia ora, it's me. Happy to take any questions. Or Craig wants to add anything else.
Oh, well, only to say we had a deep dive, in, as Nathan said, into the DC policy, particularly around the town centre area, and just wanted to tune up some of the detail in there. Nathan's hit on one particular issue around staging. There's some other detail in there that we may need to talk to some of the more technical people in council about that, and we're happy to do that. But just trying to shape up those policies to give us a bit more efficiency over the coming years.
You have a pretty considerable knowledge of those policies. You probably helped develop some of them.
Well, if Marty can give the direction to start talk to Craig, that'll be useful.
No, look, thank you very much, and I know we'll have more conversations, but you're absolutely right, and we know that Sands Waiaki Town Centre has the ability to bring housing and that commercial centre into play faster than anything else that's on the books. So we do appreciate that and the work that you're doing out there. And your submission raises some significant issues for us to have a look at.
Thank you. I mean,
thank you.
Good luck with the rest of the day.
You're most welcome to stay for lunch if you want.
Thank you.
So then that brings us to Michael Batchelor. And then we'll have lunch. Oh, we've got one more, haven't we? Okay. Oh, yes. Welcome, Michael. So you've been here a while and seen how we all roll. So you've got 5 minutes. We'll give you a bell when there's 1 minute to go.
Thank you. This place has very fond memories for me, going back quite a few years, and I love being here. My submission relates to the Civic Centre proposals. And notwithstanding the excellent work which the Commission has done to date, and my congratulations and my thanks as a citizen for that work, it is my view that the Commission has exceeded its brief and overplayed its hand in advancing the ugly and grossly expensive proposals embodied in options 1 and 2. On the most generous and wide interpretation of the Commission's reference, I can see no basis for these grandiose ideas. Allow me to quote relevant provisions of the Commission's brief, which I trust and hope that you are actually familiar with. Under the heading Role of the Commission is required to deliver a robust and fit-for-purpose 2021-31 long-term plan that adequately prioritises the needs of the community, city and region. And it is to continue to identify the extent of the problems faced by the Council and engage in existing, which I emphasise, Council initiatives or other actions to address these issues. And finally, the Commission is to develop a clear and comprehensive exit plan to facilitate a smooth transition back to elected councils. On the 25th of November 2021, the Commission wrote to the Minister recommending the extension of its appointment. Attached to this letter was an analysis of governance-related work programme 2022-25 triennium. In this 14-page document, includes a section dealing with the so-called civic precinct, and includes under a subheading present the phrase Commission to confirm master plan by mid-2022, and goes on under a subheading future to describe what is involved over the next 6 years in these options 1 and 2. And just by the way, the total investment referred to is actually 500 million, not 300 million, as is so often quoted. The report has a final column headed Risk Status, and this is recorded as high. The reason given is that basically that an elected council might not proceed with the plan. It is clearly the intention of the Commission to have the city committed to this monstrosity before a publicly elected council is established. Does that sound like a robust and fit-for-purpose plan prioritising the needs of the city? It is well recognised that issues of housing, transport and the cost of living, including rent and rates burden, are main concerns of Tauranga population. How do the Commission's options address these concerns? A quotation from an article by Sonia Bateson in the Bay of Plenty Times on April 14 last says it all. A civic building obviously isn't going to fix our city. We're not going to spend 300 million, well, she got that wrong, on pretty buildings and some open space. And hey presto, all the city's problems are over. I certainly question her description pretty buildings, but we'll leave that to other submitters. Bateson further asserts that the city centre has been declining for 20 or so years and that it could well take that long to reverse. Anyone walking around the present bomb site, consisting of demolished buildings, empty shops and deserted streets, would have to agree. It is just wishful thinking to believe that a couple of apartment buildings will bring the CBD back to life. Further, its situation on a narrow peninsula on the outskirts of the country's largest port constitute a replica of Auckland's problems. Will we never learn? Then, of course, lurking in the undergrowth is that other overwhelming issue, the city's debt level. The Auditor General's Office reports that Tauranga City's forecast debt balance for 2021-22 is $458,934,000, the third highest local authority debt in the country, behind only Auckland and Wellington. It is equivalent to $8,500 for every ratepayer in the city. And now we're being asked to take on another 500 million, plus the inevitable inflation. It staggers belief. It is true that much needed infrastructure has not been delivered in recent years, But the real reason for this is not the late dysfunctional council, but that suffocating debt. And yet these monument builders, excuse the phrase, promote their unacceptable options with intent to double the debt. And I ask at whose expense?
Are you almost finished?
Very, very close to it.
Thank you.
This brings my submission to the issue of a smooth transition back to an elected council. To leave our elected council with either of options 1 or 2 will ensure that the transition will be anything but smooth. The problems of such a financial burden will be nothing but a recipe for another disaster. And here I venture into heresy. I submit that the first and only option for the Commission to put before us is the sale of the council site, now vacant in Willow Street, and the application of the proceeds in reduction of the council's, and I take leave to point out, the people's debt. Then rational and measured decisions can be made by a council elected by the people who have to pay the piper, for better or worse.
Thank you very much. The couple of things I'd say to you, Michael, you're right, the entire project is probably closer to 500 million, but that does include the old TV3 site, which is a hotel and conference centre, and it was never intended that that would ever be paid for by ratepayers. That's private investment, so that isn't part of what we've consulted on.
That site has been vacant for many, many years. I myself prepared the contract with TV3, between the City Council and TV3, to build there. That came to nothing, and nothing has come to fruition ever since.
Right, so the second point I'd make to you is that the master plan for that, from the TV3 site down to Masonic Park, was actually developed by the previous council, by the elected council. And when we came when we were appointed as commissioners on those terms of reference, of course we now have a new commission with new terms of reference, which gives us instructions to develop the 2024 to 34 long-term plan. But when we came into being, that master plan had already struck disagreement, and they had not made a decision about the administration building for the council. And that was one of the very early decisions that we made, and we consulted on that last year. So that master plan was already existing, it had already been done by the elected council. What we did was we have updated it and refreshed it, and that's what we're consulting on now, except I think, I'm not sure what the previous council talked to the community about, but we're proposing that option 1, we do it in as one concerted project, or leave it as a series of projects, which is option 2. So I just wanted to make those 2 points. Any other questions for Michael? No. Thank you very much. Good to have you back. Thank you for taking time to come and spend time here at the Marae this morning. And then we have Leanne Pepperell. Sorry to keep you so long.
It's okay.
And don't feel that you are between us and lunch, that's fine. You have 5 minutes and we'll give you a bell at 1 when you've got a minute left.
Thank you. I sit here before you today, and that is the most powerful statement that I can make. It's difficult to be here. You know that you are judged by others in the room. You know that there are eye rolls from those that disagree, not to mention finding the time to be here between full-time work and family life. But I ask that you all open your minds and listen to what I have to say, as you would listen to your friends, without judgment, based on my age, looks, or perceived ideas of who I am. I'm 38 years old, and I've lived here in Tauranga for 19 years. I hold a Master of Nursing, and I'm a paramedic. In many ways, I am your last resort, your support, your guardian, your advocate, and your help. I'm your shoulder to cry on in your darkest days, but whose shoulder do I cry on in my darkest days? The days where I worry about my future, my children's future, and what my life will be like as we grow. Is that person you? He aha te mea nui o te au. What is the most important thing in the world? He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. It is the people, it is the people, it is the people. When the people are in the right places, good things happen. There seems to be many in this community that don't like change or are scared of change, but change is the key to our future. Gone are the days where parking is free. This is a privilege. It is not expected. Gone are the days of parking outside the store that you wish to visit. This is a privilege. This should not be expected. Without change, gone are the days of a bustling downtown. It's not too late. It's close, but it's not too late. I know that some like it quiet, but if we don't invite people and money into the area, how are we expected to make money to maintain basic needs such as roading, wastewater control, public toilets, libraries, etc.? Remember the good old days, reminisce about them, and keep those memories, but move forward as a community, work with tangata whenua and the arts, and grow together to benefit us all. Growth and development costs. It costs time, it costs money, and it requires change. We cannot grow without change. Everything is expensive. But when people bought houses for a mere morsel of what it would cost them to buy it today, I bet they're glad that they only paid what they did for it. It will never, ever be that cheap again. It was expensive at the time, but not now. So stop putting the brakes on spending now to improve our future, because it's only going to get more expensive. Look to the future, be the change, be the role models, be our heroes. Do it once, do it right. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much, Leanne. That was a pretty powerful presentation. Appreciate that. Any questions for Leanne? Thank you, and thank you for coming.
Kia ora.
All right, I think we might now adjourn for lunch. We have Nigel coming at 2:05. Do we want to make him a little bit later? Is that?
He has to be back.
Has to be back. All right, well, it looks like we've got half an hour for lunch, guys. But actually, we need to keep moving, don't we? Because we've got the Marae. All right, so we'll adjourn and we will be back at just after 2. 2 minutes past 2. How does that sound?
Figure it out.
Underway. Yes. What a waste of time.
And then say after Nigel, after Shane and Nigel, Shane being the primary act, then it'll be the Tauranga.
It's not helpful at all.
She'll be.
Yes, I could, which I knew his name. Okay, I think we'll get underway. Is everyone ready? Yep. All good. Everyone ready? Oh, I love doing that. Okay, well, I think the meeting is now resumed. And again, thank the Marae very much for their hospitality. I think we all enjoyed a very nice lunch. And so we now have Shane from the university. I saw him. Where is he? Oh, yes, in the back there. And Nigel coming to talk to us about the University of Waikato.
Steve?
Welcome, yep.
This is one pages.
Thank you.
Shane's discussion. So.
Thank you. Thanks,
Forgive me, Shane, I was desperately trying to think of your surname.
Stuart.
Stuart, thank you. Welcome. So the norm is you have 5 minutes. We'll give you a bell when you've got 1 minute left to go. We're not very good at keeping to time because we do get involved in questions.
I'll do my best. Kia ora tātou, everyone. Thank you. I'm Shane Stewart. I'm actually a joint recruit between University of Waikato and Priority One, so here in a way with both hats. And specifically talking to a proposal that is in front of you as a brief review. And this came out of the meeting we had a few weeks ago about a joint work program about establishing Tauranga as a tertiary destination. I mean, to me probably, although I do have a conflict of interest, the prospect of growing that campus from 1,000 to 5,000 is the single most exciting thing I can think of for the dynamism and social and economic development of the city. So it's great to be able to talk today. But this won't happen automatically. We do need to invest and coordinate and take action across the city to make that happen. And the work program we've talked about covers things like transport, accommodation, infrastructure, city atmosphere. But the other thing that we need is offerings. We need people to see Tauranga as a preferred tertiary destination. We need them to want to come here because of the things they can do here. And we know that we're also in an environment where everyone's short of people. Tauranga City Council short of people, businesses short of people. And we think this creates the opportunity for a fantastic win-win where support for the university and the CBD will benefit stakeholders and communities through that happening, but Tauranga City Council directly and through them ratepayers and communities. And really that's what the proposition is here today, is talking about creating a hub for urban development and planning that focuses on university talent, but also giving you some specific details of an investment to get started on that. So what would happen next year and what that would look like, and a bit of a picture of what would happen going forward. So I think that when I talk about a hub, really I'm talking about a concentrated grouping of staff and students and resources and facilities from the university focused on issues of importance for Tauranga City, whatever we call that, urban development, coastal urban development, whatever it is, but that's what I mean, and integrated into the city. And the benefits for that, for Tauranga City, I see as twofold. One, just as an employer, right? So we know, and I've talked to some of the senior managers, you need people, you're recruiting graduates. And I just did a quick look. The cost of a new hire is about $10,000. The cost of replacing an experienced person is about $24,000. If we can be a little bit better at doing that, there's immediate direct payoff for you just through the sort of recruitment. But more generally, if you've got the people you need, then obviously things like the services you're delivering and the processes that you're running, you can run better because you've got the people you need, and then that has ongoing on-flow benefits for ratepayers and communities. But secondly, and I'll come on to an example of this towards the end, imagine all the power of a university directed to the work that you do as a city and the work that we need as a region. All the talent, all the knowledge, and all those connections around the world. And that's the other thing that we can offer, that as you're doing your work, making your decisions, that you can draw on that talent and that ability as part of your thinking about decisions that you go forward. So what we propose to create that is a first-year investment that covers two things. One is what we're calling enrolment to employment pathways, which just means that you as Tauranga City, as an employer, take an active role working with the university to recruit graduates and work with the university on that. So that means identifying programs that are of importance to you, and undertaking a mix of initiatives like scholarships, like incentives for students to work with you, like having coordinators on site and summer internships and placements, coordinating those things so that you are creating a flow of work-ready graduates in areas that you need over time. And if we start working at third and fourth years, they might not be in Tauranga now, but we can start seeing some of that impact next year and the year on, so it's not a long wait. So part of the request for funding is around that sort of stuff. And the other part is around something we call impact labs. So impact labs are cross-disciplinary projects where we get a bunch of students together to work on projects for you. Essentially, as their work experience, they act like consultants to the council. So that's kind of, those two elements are the things that we are proposing funding for the first year. It's a relatively small scale because we know we've got big goals, but what we want to do is start small and focused and learn, see where we can go, and then build on that. So I want to give you a quick example of the sort of thing we're talking about. So an international gold standard on this is City Studio in Vancouver. There's some figures in here, but they have got, I'm just going to read the figures out here. So if you look at what they're doing now after 10 years, they've got projects they're doing 550 projects for the city involving 80 staff, 72 faculty, 1,600 students, and is a huge contributor to that city across a range of issues ranging from decolonisation through to climate change and COVID. What we want to do is create our version of that for Tauranga and the Western Bay of Plenty. Through that, serve ratepayers and communities, but also establish ourselves as a global destination for innovation in these sorts of areas. Thank you.
Very exciting. That's great. And I think Palmerston North, when we visited Palmerston North, and we talked about their relationship with Massey University. I don't know whether it's the same, but they have, you know, a similar working together, which benefits not only their organisation but the wider city and the university at the same time. So, well done. It's a really good example of how we can start shaping up this CBD with lots of activity.
I should say in parallel we're developing other initiatives like with the tech sector
Yep.
and other things, and you would have seen there's a launch for a blue-green lab on Monday, so it's not just this, we're developing a bunch of nodes where we have these areas of talent, you know, aligned to issues of importance for the region.
Great. Any questions? Yeah, Shed and then Bill.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is really exciting. And it kind of makes me reflect when I was at university, I got a scholarship from Ministry of Transport, and so I knew where I was going to work in my last year, which was great because I didn't have to worry about all my mates who were running around trying to find jobs. But I was bonded to them, so I got some food here, which was awesome, and then I had a job when I finished. So those kinds of initiatives, I think, are great. I suppose my question is, thinking about the program, it would be useful to understand from an organisation perspective. So we're making an investment in terms of the program, but actually, I think there's some savings from an organisation perspective in terms of. So it'd be interesting to understand what those wider benefits are as we step through the program. I mean, I'm really supportive of it, but in terms of those savings, it would be useful to understand.
Bill.
Okay. Thanks, Shane, and certainly support Shad's comments. With the scaling up, and you get to phase 3, so what sort of numbers are we looking at then on that regular basis after that point in time, with that particular level of investment?
There's a bit of an it depends there, depending on the kind of the nature of how things flow up. But if you think about what we're talking about for this first year, the quantum there, supporting, I think we've talked about 5 scholarships, 5 summer placements and 5 things. So what will happen in the next couple of years beyond that is other organisations get involved. So I think we're getting more to like the hundreds, like 100 plus students being supported through, because we'll also get to a scale where we can get external research funding, we'll start getting international students, start getting other things. Yeah, so the leverage you get for the dollar spent goes up quite significantly once you get into, now the borders might possibly be open, international students, you know, research, and as well as having, you know, the Western Bay District Council, the Regional Council, Becca, Oricon, these people participating. So I would anticipate, you know, orders of magnitude more than what you were getting in the first year in terms of the numbers of students working on these topics.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thanks very much. Very exciting. I was just checking with Marty, which we'll have a conversation on, but whether we put the 1 year into the plan or whether we commit to the 3 years. So that will be a conversation we'll have.
Sure, we have more detail underneath that. We always don't know what to leave out or put in, but we can always certainly supply some.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, the
Thank
key,
you
we're
very
very, very keen on the council leading this and being right up the front to enable the scale to develop this whole program.
Yeah. And it's a good signal too for the city.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the Tauranga Business Chamber. Changed your name. Is it just you, Anne?
Yes, it is.
Oh, you just got an audience. You brought. Did you think you needed to bring support with you?
Oh, yes, it was terrifying to me.
It's not
So new.
Just put it in.
No, I think I could manage.
Chamber of Commerce, and this is Anne Pankhurst.
We're now at the Tauranga Business Chamber. So.
Sorry, Tauranga Business Chamber.
So I'm Anne Pankhurst from the Tauranga Business Chamber. Thank you all very much for the late submission and for allowing us to speak. It's very kind. I'd also like to acknowledge Morahu, who I had a close relationship as a councillor, and this is very, very mindful of him here in this space. So I'd just like to acknowledge that. I'm going to assume that you've read it, even though you've had it late, and I'll just summarise some key points rather than go through the entire submission. We are, as you know, extremely supportive of the Commission and the direction that they're taking, but we do know that the community will, confidence will be that you deliver on your promises. There's nothing worse than over-promising and under-delivering, and I'm sure you're acutely aware of it. So our first point on number 3.1, is the Civic Precinct Master Plan. We're extremely supportive of that, and that we do see that that will lead to private sector development and support, providing good public amenity and transport options, so that's extremely important. Note of caution, already the museum is taking over the narrative, so it is extremely important for this project for the museum not to be seen in isolation in this project, that it is seen as a complete project and that the museum is just part of that. So that would be our only comment there, and to remove the narrative, to distill the narrative slightly. What is very important and has been, I know, sort of looked at it a lot over the years, is the nationally recognised hotel and conference facility in the city. It would be great to see the commissioners move ahead with that. It is a very much needed amenity. Certainly at the moment we have only one big space, and that is bay venues, and then we get reduced to very small sizing. And so that is a very important aspect of this entire project, we feel, and will lead to benefits, knowing that the sweet spot for conferencing is between 100 and 250 people. That is a really good size, and that there is way more of those through a year than there are of the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people conferences. We do hope that that there isn't a lot of narrative around the operational costs, so we do hope that they stay within the envelope, and that the capex are that the OPEX are included in the capex as well, so that we can see that. Now I just have to. So our next point, 3.2, is around the Western Bay Plenty Transport System, and the inclusion in there of the IFF funding. We have actually said that do not proceed with the IFF agreement, but we need to preface that with we entirely agree that the council needs to look at other funding options. What is not clear in this is the robust discussion with the community around the commitment to a 30-year commitment to funding. So we would suggest that while we completely agree you need to look at other funding options, that you do have that discussion with the community, that committing to a 30-year commitment with what appears to be it's not as easy to get out of as once you get into it, that needs to be taken care of and considered more. The next point that we would make is around the Tauranga West infrastructure. I know you've come into quite a bit of concern about that. We think that is, it will sort of set apart one suburb in the city. No one else has to pay that part of the funding. And that up to 2,500 for over 30 years, which I presume is tagged to the property rather than the owner, is actually a big commitment for anyone to look at over the years. And we were wondering if there are other policies that you could look at, like deferment, that it's maybe paid on sale, or some other way that you can manage that rather than expecting on top of rates and other costs that you pay this 2,500. So give consideration to that. And then the other thing that we wanted to say was around the long-term impact on rates. We know that the government are talking about the offset funding for the Three Waters as a better off, and that you're thinking that part of that funding may go into the city precinct. But should that not happen, is there a plan B? Because it would be a shame that impacted on the future development of the city centre. Did I already use up my 5 minutes? How? It does go fast. And the other thing that we are concerned about is that you're promising to deliver all of these projects, which is fantastic, but in a very tight labour market, and you've already heard that. Can you deliver on that? Just asking the question. And we do note that whilst the business community is happy to actually pay for better transport, there does need to be some consideration of the school run. As we all know, we can all travel around the city much better in the school holes than we can out of them. So it just seemed that logic was slightly simplistic. So that was one of those things. And then the last point is the commercial rates. We are getting anecdotal evidence that the business community are shy about spending at the moment, and that this could possibly be quite tough. They're not sure about what's going to happen over the next 18 months. They've had a bad 2 years, give or take a bit. So some have done really well, but largely they're very conservative at the moment, not even, as we know, paying for training. So could that be spread? Could it be made slightly easier for them just through the next 18 months? And like I said, the key message for us would be that the business communities support you strongly, but nothing worse than over-promising and under-delivering in any situation. And they do like to see their rates going to the targeted project, not into the general bucket. So that's my 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. So the IFF, so we've had quite considerable input from particularly the developers out in Tauranga around that 2,000 to 2,500. So it's only been used once in the country, and that's Mildale, and that was 1,000, and that was a few years ago because that was done started under the previous national government. But you can't defer it because it doesn't sit on our balance sheet. Right. The whole idea of it is it's a special purpose vehicle. It's not on the Crown's balance sheet and it's not on ours. It's private investment. But look, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge, as they say, before we would commit to that, because we really need to see what the commercial return is that the private investors are looking for. So at this stage, we're just seeking agreement in principle for the concept, really, and trying to give those two examples of where we would use it, propose to use it. But you're right. I mean, it is a significant agreement that a new house owner would buy into, would sign up to, and so we do need to make sure that it's going to be reasonable if we use it. Other than that, any other questions? No?
That's great.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Okay, so now we've got, if I'm right, is Oscar Nathan from Tourism Bay of Plenty? No? Greg Bayliss? No? We've got a gap.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Anna Bones.
Anna Bones, age concern?
I think
I'm here.
She's here.
She's
Were
here.
you waiting for someone to come in with you, weren't you, Anna?
Yes, I was waiting for Adrian, although I do have her words, so I can do it.
That's up to you. If you want to wait, I can go and get a cup of tea.
I'll give her a few more minutes. That's all right?
Why don't we give her a few more minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Do that.
Ashley's on her way as well, so she'll be here shortly, so there might be able to thank you. Oscar was unlikely to get here anything much before this.
Do we want to go and get a cup of tea? Did you get a cup of tea? We can go into the Komato room and get a cup of tea. Just can't bring it back in here.
Yeah, just out there.
Yeah. I'm going to go and get a cup of tea.
If we
So drink of
we'll know
water.
where you are, so we've just got.
I'm just in through this door here.
Yes. And then
To the left.
Yep, down the rail. Welcome there. Welcome to the bridge. So hopefully. Oh, so she was the second one? That's this one. But he spoke yesterday about his it's just back up really fast.
June? Where's that? It's a puncture. Yeah, up the lakes. Why didn't we tell someone?
Who's seen it?
Colour.
Yeah.
Turns out we have a high court going in.
next to the pump track, this one, pump track to June, half court straight, all opening and time.
My stuff's really
I sent an email, I've just sent you guys an email on that. Just,
I'm out of getting
I asked Barbara, she's watched it, she came back OMG. And I sent it to...
Yes, because that problem was changed.
And
did you want me to mute it?
Trying to see
That's just a bit nice. I wonder also with a...
and Christine sent me a text. Because she was watching, she goes...
Oh, did you want it like that?
No, what is it? The sound of me.
That.
Oh,
Cool.
Submission.
Because our chat was very busy.
She's right.
Yes, yeah.
I'll let you read from the top down, so that was my conversation with Christine.
So 90 seconds or so blue is spoken. Blue is spoken, green is spoken, blue is spoken, green is
Yeah, it's not good for any of us.
Around the wrong way. Blue's here, green's spoken. We started the wrong way, so it wasn't staying the same. Keep going. Yeah.
And the timing wasn't great here this morning.
Oh, the guy did a fantastic job, I thought.
Oh, yes, yeah.
It's one of the best submissions.
Yeah. And he wasn't personally abusive or anything like that in those first 3 slides. I've locked that away from
And it's funny, because we've been debating for a very long time to get it for her birthday.
We can manage it at 9 tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah.
No, she's going on holidays.
Yeah,
she's like she'll put tomorrow out for 5 minutes. Yeah, no, yeah. And my daughter's just like, dolls and crayons,
But I mean, at the end of the day, I should have flipped this way.
So welcome.
Good
afternoon. Sorry, you're probably advantaged by the fact that I've now had a cup of tea.
Excellent.
And I'm feeling good.
I'm going to leverage off that, I think. Right, if I take my glasses off, I can't see you, but I can read what I've got here,
Right.
so we'll go with
Fair
that.
enough. No, we understand that. So you know you've got 5 minutes. We'll ring the bell when you've got a minute to go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioner Antoli, members of the Commission and staff of Tauranga City Council. My name is Anna Bones and I am the current Chair of Age Concern in Tauranga, and this is Adrian von Tunzelman, who is on the Board of Age Concern. Before we start our formal part, I'd like you to relax. We're not actually asking you for any money, so you can just relax.
Actually.
Today, we wish to speak to our submission to the Council's long-term plan, specifically the Civic Centre project and the rates postponement draft policy. Firstly, Adrian will cover the Civic Centre project, and then I will address comments on the rates postponement draft policy. Adrian.
Kora koutou. The focus of our submission is on the opportunity we see with the civic precinct, whatever form it takes, to become a place where older citizens can participate in the life of the city and all it has to offer. So very positive about that. I'd also like to start by commending the Council for its age-friendly city strategy, which is now 8 years old, and coincidentally and helpfully due for its own refresh next year. In the meantime, it's a really good document for this moment of time when you're making this decision. So certainly like to draw attention to that. Highlight to two relevant aspects, two aspects of our city's demography that is relevant to the civic precinct proposals. First is that in the time frame that's envisaged, 1 in 4 people walking down the street in Tauranga City will be over 65. And we hope they will be people who will be accessing the amenity value of the civic precinct. And along with that, there'll also be a very rapid increase in, as you're probably very familiar with, in the number of people reaching old age. So we're not necessarily just talking about a single cohort of over 65s. We're talking about the over 75s, the over 85-year-olds, even the over 95-year-olds. My dad moved up from Christchurch when he was 93 and lived here until he was 98. And there was very little reason for me to bring him into the inner city. And also, we hope that the designers will keep in mind the very different stages that people go through post-65, which calls for quite a nuanced and creative approach to urban design in this part of the city. In particular, we'd like to emphasise the importance of access, and we don't just mean the obvious things about access within the space. We're also talking about how people move into it. So it's access from the areas that surround the precinct and how those streets and pathways can be navigated easily. There's the obvious things within the space of the precinct around pathways being obstacle-free, around seating being suitable for older people, and actually also people with any limited mobility and young parents with children to manage. We hope we will see them using the space generously as well. Draw your attention to a resource developed by the Office for Seniors. It's relatively new, came out towards the end of last year, which staff at the council are probably aware of. It's called the Age-Friendly Urban Spaces Guide, and it's specifically designed for central and local government and covers the technical aspects of urban design, physical design that accommodates older people. It notes in that document that currently our urban places around New Zealand generally are not well designed to meet the needs of older people, and in particular
limit the ability of older people to participate or be engaged in public life. We see the civic precinct as a great chance to future-proof the city against its demographic and to make the civic centre a place for people of any age, all ages.
Right to me. From a discussion yesterday with Emma Joyce, who's a policy analyst at TCC, I understand that the Council has taken into consideration all the points we raised in the long-term plan submission on rates, rebate/postponement. However, at Age Concern, we are particularly concerned at how rates increases impact older adults who are on fixed incomes. From a discussion yesterday, it was reinforced that TCC staff have staff at libraries who can assist homeowners in applying for the government rebate scheme, currently managed through the Department of Internal Affairs. The rebate is a maximum of $665. This process has to be gone through before you can apply for a rates postponement. Rates are paid annually, although systems can be put in place for homeowners to pay weekly, monthly, etc., if that assists in budgeting. In fact, in our latest newsletter, we have, on our front sheet here, we've talked about that. TCC have removed some criteria from their application forms for rates postponement and have trimmed this down to 2 or 3. Reverse mortgaging may not be possible for some homeowners. The bank's criteria may well change in the near future, given inflation and possible adjustments in the value of homes. However, work is being carried out at a national level to look at a standard across the whole country for rates postponement schemes, as this is not only an issue for Tauranga City Council. I do also understand that either the amount of I guess you'd call it the amount of outstanding rates in Tauranga is very low. Age Concern welcomes being further involved in these future discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just going back to Adrian, one of the difficulties we have, and thank you for your submission, and I've made a note of those, the 2 policies, but particularly the Office of Seniors ones to have another look at it, is that there is a 14-metre drop from Durham Street down to the waterfront, and so the designers at the concept stage had a lift by the back of Bay Court there, so that people coming in at street level could get up onto that civic whare level, and then also those zigzags. And so what that tends to do, and you can see the tension between that and then creating green space and areas for people to gather that aren't all hard sealed areas. But you're right, we do have to make sure that it's a place for everyone to enjoy. So
But people pushing prams and whatever.
That's
right. With toddlers in tow. I absolutely take your point. I think there's 2 zigzags. Actually. Yes. And they do take up a big area.
They do.
And it's not a huge area in the first place. And very
so
precious.
it just creates tension, and it just means that you've got to put a lot of thought into your design.
Mm-hmm. I think because of the purpose and underlying this whole concept is to bring people into the city and activate the space. Like you want the older generation to be there. Like we're really also keen to see that the intergenerational concept is, so it's bringing people together in one space and connecting, building the community in that way, and connecting up different parts and different age groups. Whatever it takes to design a space that does that.
Yep. Any other questions? No. We're pleased that you agree with the changes we've made to the council's application. We thought we're trying to make that simpler.
Yes.
I know the staff work very hard with people.
Yes.
We also wrote last year, I think we'll write again, asking that rebate be CPI adjusted, especially in these days with everything else going up.
And we're really supportive of the national scheme.
And we're still, yes, our staff are still trying to get a national scheme up and running through local government New Zealand.
Yeah, so I was looking at something this morning. The Far North Council had one, I think.
Yeah, there's a couple of councils that run them on their own, but it is actually really an expensive operation to run as an individual.
Sure.
So that's why we're trying to convince a whole lot of councils to work together, and then that helps with the costs.
Sure, absolutely. So we didn't ask you for any money?
No, you didn't. No, it's very refreshing.
You will see that we haven't come down either way in terms of the two options that have been presented to the community. But we are very mindful that the more expensive one will have a rates impact on people on fixed and low incomes, which is why we decided to hook on the rates postponement suggestion as part of our submission.
Understand. All right, thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Greg Bayliss. Hi, welcome. Just give me a minute to find your 845. So you've got, that's all right, no, sorry, have a seat and...
my tractor ran me over last year, I can't really sit.
Oh, well, however you're comfortable, and you've got 5 minutes, we'll give you a bell at 4.
Thank you. Ko takitimu te waka, ko maua te manga. Ko te awa nui, te moana, ko wai mapu te awa. Ko nā te rangi nui te iwi, ke nāte te ahi te ahu. Ko harini te marae, ko Greg Bayliss aho. Thank you very much for your time today. I'm just coming in for myself. I don't represent any organisation. And I just saw the article in the newspaper that you had submissions, and it was the day before, and so I quickly sent in some notes. So I want to apologise first for one of my comments there, asking you to pay for the monument.
It's a bit beyond my means.
We have some rentals, and we're not at the top end of the market by any means. We manage them ourselves, and we deal on a daily basis with the people that are renting those places. And over the last few years, we've become shocked at the number of people that are living in houses with their parents, with 4 or 5 families in that house. They're living in sheds, they're living in caravans, some are living in tents, and a lot are living in cars with their relatives on their sections. And when we have an open home for a rental, we'll have 100, 150 families desperate for a place, and for one place. And I felt offended when I read that you guys are going to spend $300 million on a monument to the colonial process. The people in Greerton, they need housing. The people in Welcome Bay, they need housing. The people here, they need housing. And we're going to spend $300 million on a museum. Those people that I deal with, they're never going to go and see that museum. I've been to a few, we got little kids, 7 and 12, and I go along as, to help with the field trips. And I've been to your museum there, and it's lovely, the kiddies go there. And
We haven't got a museum.
Oh, it's an art gallery. I think council funds it.
Yes.
And it's lovely, the kiddies make models and they learn about drawing pictures and so forth. I shudder to think what that thing costs to run. It would feed half of those families. And I just want you to take pause, please, to consider that amount of money, because we all know that your budget might say 300 million, it's going to be 500 million by the time you get out of it, isn't it? And especially this council's demonstrated its ability, or lack thereof, to manage major projects. So that's what I'm here for, and I had a thought this morning that it's all very well coming and having a moan and a groan and say don't do this and don't do that. And so I've got an alternative suggestion. If you've got a problem bringing people into the centre of town, we used to live up there in Pukekohe, and they've got exactly the same problem up there, but building, all these developers are building big box retail down the Manukau Road. And the mayor there, Mark Hall, had a project and he built a little mall next to the main street where all the little shops are. And it was really a major factor in the rejuvenation of that town. And so I've come up with this little idea of, I know it's too late, I know you guys have done all your work yet about it anyway, but I'll feel better if I make a suggestion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Knock down, form a little group with all the landowners in the area between, what do we got here, Grey Street and Devonport Road. Knock down all those derelict old buildings. I think there's one new hotel you'd have a problem with. Give them all a share of your land company and put up a mall. I used to work in retail. I used to be a supermarket buyer, and I know that people's main pastime in New Zealand now is shopping. You know, that's why they don't go to the beach, they don't go to play rugby, they go shopping. You only have to go to the new mall up there at Tauranga on a Saturday to see that that's what they want. If you want to bring people into the middle of Tauranga, knock down all those derelict old shops and put them all out to approach.
Yes, yes, of course.
So I just did a little drawing there where you could, and you wouldn't have to spend the 350 or the 550 or the 750 million that you're going to end up spending. You can get developers to build that thing for you. You bring people into the middle of Tauranga, and you won't put a burden on the poor people of this community and myself. I mean, I don't want to pay for your colonial monument that you're going to build down there. But if I get a bill from you guys, guess who's going to end up paying for it? And you know, that's me. You can guarantee that all the other landlords in the town are all going to put their prices up too. These people can't afford it. You know, I don't think that you people really understand the extent of deprivation that's out there. And every dollar that you put on the rates, guess who's going to pay for it? Not me. It'll be those people that come in as renters. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck with your build.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Thank you. Okay, we've got Ashley. Ashley, welcome.
Hi.
Really nice to meet you in person.
So you too. We have actually met before, I think. My partner and I, we came and presented our Kiwi X-Throwing business.
Oh, right, you did.
Yes.
Hi. So where's Kaylee? Right.
Hi. So we've got the video, which is going to be ready to go soon, but I thought just initially actually might want to talk a little bit about why she was motivated to start in such an innovative way.
Sorry. So I was supposed to ask you that, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So I think what impressed us was that you obviously got together with a few people and thrown around a few ideas. And so we're quite interested to, look, having met you before and understanding the way you think a little bit, I was supposed to ask you, what motivated you to do it. So maybe while we're setting them all up, we get you to explain what you've done and why you did it.
Yeah, okay. So I put a post on the notice boards on the Tauranga Local and Mount Maunganui, and asking people for their ideas. I guess my reasoning was, so I study at Waikato University, and I also live in the early avenue, so I spend a lot of time in the city, and it is very quiet all the time, even on a Saturday, and when me and my partner go out, we're like, this is ridiculous. It shouldn't be this quiet in a city, on a Saturday afternoon. And I don't know, there's just so much potential for Tauranga to be this cool cultural, I don't know, hub of just awesome people. Just, I don't know, like I just see so much potential for it. And I guess so I'd seen like all of the all people's comments like on the council posts and New Zealand Herald articles and all that, and I was like, oh yeah, like some of these, like these are really good ideas. Like why, like what's happening? Are they just commenting them and they're not actually submitting them or emailing you, or I don't know what is happening there. And so I wanted to do it in a different way rather than like a groaning, complaining email or like a, just on your like questionnaires like that you put out sometimes. And so, and I know like poetry, it's a different, some people react differently to different things. So poetry is a different way, and it might like inspire people, and I don't know, maybe something will happen and something will come from it. Yeah.
We'll show you your video, and then we'll show you a little bit of what's come from it.
Okay, cool.
Tauranga City Council. I've spoken to some people to see what they think on how to improve the city. Let's see. Free trucks, food trucks, cafes open after dark, free outdoor yoga class, outdoor interactive art, carnival sculpture that glow in the dark, cover the walls with plants, add fairy lights to the waterfront. This is what the people want. Baskets to get the people bustling, giant games and puzzles to get them puzzling, get the local creatives to perform on the street, dancing and juggling and acrobatic feats, singing and rapping and poetic beats. Set up tables and chairs for people to gather and eat. Have a dance mat and speakers to get people on their feet. A slackline, beanbags, an adult playground. Give people a reason to stick around. Make this a city we can brag about. Listen to the people, we will give it a soul. Not just adults, and not just little kids. Give teenagers a place to go. Hire a local DJ, rent out headphones, and you've got yourself a silent disco. Free Wi-Fi, increased club support, comedy shows and TED Talks, outdoor gym equipment and space to try parkour, more efficient public transport so everyone can go explore. Let's make sure people can't get bored. Pop-up concerts with blow-up castles, free face painting and cheap food at weekly night markets, and a winter festival with hot drinks and ice rinks and fake snow and light shows to celebrate the different cultures in Tauranga. Drive-in movies, late night shopping, open the library up in the evenings. Let's do Renaissance fairs and parades, steps and swings that make music and a piano people can play. Let's have a community painted mural, locals teaching new skills, please. Tauranga City Council. I know, there's a lot here, but aren't these just awesome ideas? The city has grown so fast and has gone through some stuff. So now's the time to move forward with a fresh start. What do you say?
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. I've watched it about 10 times. Okay, so we've got a bit of a response for you. Hopefully.
Yes.
Tanakwe Ashley Taylor, it's wonderful to hear from you. Your words simple, poignant and true. Your video, it's just sublime. Thank you for your energy and thank you for your time. Your ideas for creating a vibrant, buzzing city are music to our ears. We love your creativity. Winter festivals, murals and oh so much more. I'd pay really good money to see Billy try parkour.
And they say Stephen's got the moves on the silent disco dance floor. Then there's Shad's yoga poses, which might be something to behold, and plant-covered walls, which to me would look like gold.
Give people a reason to stick around, you say. It might sound trite, but fairy lights really do go a long way. Seriously though, in the city you've dreamed up, I'd stay all night and day. Try my hand at the piano, play a game of giant chess, visit the night markets, buy some midnight watercress. Even at a glance, there's not a chance your city would be a bore. We promise you we'll do all we can to make your vision soar. You could do your bit in 2024. You want a city to brag about, and so do we. A place for all to have a ball, especially our tamariki.
We're excited to deliver on the spirit of your submission to create a city with inclusive vision. So, in closing, ngā mihi nui, Ashley, your poetic beats are a breath of fresh air. We can't tell you how heartening it is to know you care. Please, stay in touch, stay involved, help us give our city more soul. Make Tauranga Moana the best it can be. We think that's a pretty good goal.
You guys. Oh, that was awesome. That was so cool. Oh man, I got emotional. Thank you. Wonderful poetry, by the way.
Well, we can't take credit for that. There's a lot of staff been involved, as you can imagine, in putting that together.
That's awesome. Can I get a copy of that?
I'm sure it's not copyright.
Because that is awesome. Oh man!
But really, what we were trying to say is, you know, in that video that you did, that captured. You know, we've had a lot of people who are very, very supportive around the city of what we're trying to do. But we've also had people that have come along and talked about the buildings and haven't really got what it is that makes a city work, that makes that heart and that soul of a city. And you captured that in your video. Because, you know, we might not see all of that, but it's all about people, and it's about the things that they want to see in their city, and it just really captured it all. So we were hoping we could finish today, but Bloomin' Oscar was late. But you know, thank you very much, and we just really appreciate it. And there's some fabulous ideas. I have to say, the thing that captured my imagination all the way through was the thought of a silent disco, where people put, you know, headphones on and just, I mean, apart from the fact it would look really weird,
but then other people can just sit around and
but
laugh.
then it doesn't bother people. Yeah, I know. It was just absolutely fantastic.
Oh,
So to all the people that helped you with that, a big thank you, because that reminds us, you know, what the heart and soul of a city should be.
I think the main thing, main reason, like where I first started noticing it is in the evenings, like, you know, there's just restaurants, and so there's only places to spend money and eat out, and we're a lot of people are on a budget, and and there's not, like, I don't know, I want to hang out in the city, but like, nothing to do. That doesn't cost $50 or more, you know. Oh, and then another one, my cousin came and visited. He's 17, right? And he was like, oh, so what is there to do in Tauranga? He was like, oh, I've done the Mount. I was like, not a lot. There's the movies and the escape room, but like, he was just by himself. And so, like, something for like teenagers as well, like not where it's all alcohol orientated.
That's
I don't
right.
know.
And
that's why I
why
did the library thing.
That's why you said not just adults and small children, but
exactly.
Thinking of those young people. No, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was an awesome response.
Are you still involved in the axe throwing?
No, we closed down because COVID.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did demonstrate in town though, didn't we?
Yes. Yeah. Did the Gumboot Friday.
We kept saying to people, you know, this axe throwing is one of the fastest growing sports. You know? People look at us strangely as we looked at you when you came in to see us.
excited about. Do you on that? Do you guys want to buy an axe throwing trailer? you can. It doesn't have to be for axe throwing. You can take the cage off and it can be a flat deck. Or we're trying to sell it.
No thanks. No thanks.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
No, thank you very much,
Okay,
Ashley.
thank you so
We'll
much.
make sure you get a copy of that.
Oh, awesome. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Try and follow that, Oscar. I think she's back at. She's back. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Before you start, did I hear right that we're going to have cruise ships back by the end of the year?
Yes.
Wow.
So 31 July borders have opened generally, still a bit of detail on the cruise maritime side, but the government got the press release out anyway. But yes, we've got various working groups. First cruise ship is due currently on the books on the 28th of October.
Wow.
There'll be attrition though. There won't be 110.
Yeah, there will be. Yeah, there will be. Well, people will be a bit nervous about it, but that's great. That's great news. Okay, so we're in your hands. I haven't put the timer on, but don't be too long.
I te tūtahi mā koe mihi ki te whare atu nei, me ki rā te papa te waho, ngā hunga ora, ngā hunga mate o te haukainga nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora, ngā komihana. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Sorry I came after, it'd be easy just to say what Ashley said and walk away actually. But I did want to take the opportunity, because it's too good an opportunity not to say something when you're presented with the privilege that I've got in terms of running Tourism Bay of Plenty, but then you have a Tauranga opportunity that you are now on the precipice of. So I just needed to sort of, and you'll get to know me like this, I'll just need to throw some opinions in around hopefully what we're thinking. So I'm not speaking specifically in detail on anything of, there's two things I want to speak about, really, and it was more aspirational. But I suppose just one thing on Ashley, because she was very, very captivating and motivating, and all the things she mentioned there. Generally, globally, cities are either 8-16 cities or 16-8 cities. What that generally means is if you're 8-16, it's hours in a day. Many cities in New Zealand are 8-16s where there's a lot to do during the day, but there's bugger all to do in the evening. And ideally, you know, what she was talking about was really about bringing life into the inner city and having a whole bunch of programs and things that really do move us more to a 16-8. And that's not obviously just in the footprint of the CBD, but broader. But anyway, I'll get to my presentation. So I suppose essentially just to the quick, we're Tourism Bay of Plenty is 100% supportive of the proposed precinct master plan. You know, it expresses all the values and opportunities that is within Te Hātāpoe as well, and from a regenerative position, which I'll talk to, I think there's really exciting opportunities. The thing I did want to say is I'm really excited about where things are going at the moment, our closer working relationship with sort of TCC, our CCO partners, and also sort of we're starting this journey with Mana Whenua in terms of particularly around the wayfinding and storytelling. And we're speaking to the leadership rōpū on Friday, and we've got a whole bunch of opportunities coming out of that. So I suppose as per what's written up there, excited for the environment, excited for the community, and also sort of the vibrancy that I know is coming up in the vision. So two aspects I want to talk to only in my little 5-minute window. One is the excitement about wayfinding and storytelling, and the other one's around some sustainable cities, best in class sort of examples, so maybe just to throw them up. My comment there about notwithstanding ABC, I'm focusing on those two things, and notwithstanding that all the detail in here, particularly around our challenges around transport and those sorts of things, are all being taken into account. So I'm not being ignorant of those things at all, but I only have 5 minutes. So I suppose wayfinding and storytelling, from our perspective, you know, and I'll let people just, hopefully they can read that. At the end of the day, an urban centre is something that, can really make a statement. And I think we've got an opportunity to really make a statement for it's not just the civic precinct, it's the city. And it's a statement globally that we can make. And I think it would be great if we could sort of cast a regenerative lens on sort of the sustainable city opportunity we've got. So focusing in on the main thing from my perspective is around wayfinding. So two things I want to talk about, wayfinding and storytelling and best practice. The part that excites me about wayfinding is the role that Tourism Bay of Plenty can play with council and other key collaborators in that space. It allows us not just to bring better experience to the city, but it allows us to create by default experiences that we can sell and people can bring them in and get involved with. And both myself and some of my team have got quite a bit of experience in wayfinding and storytelling in terms of that, which we're quite excited about. And there's classic examples of other cities around the globe, similar to you'll see the shaded areas, so similar to the precincts concepts that we've got. It's not new. The opportunity is the distinctiveness of what we bring to it. In that, I suppose just focusing on two things there, there's a journey that you go through when you can do wayfinding really well, both from a walking experience and everything that you can put and imbue into an experience, and the wayfinding and the signage and the interpretation that you go through, as well as, let's just say, from a cycling perspective, and the way that we can do that. And this is just really me saying that as Tourism Bay of Plenty, we're really excited about this because it leans exactly into the destination management projects that we've been waiting for, and it gives us a bit of a hero embryo to start with that we can then sort of ensure is spread across the rest of the region, right down to wayfinding signage and bollards. One of the things that is interesting in the science of wayfinding is there are key elements around wayfinding in terms of communication, around how you include people, how you integrate and how you engage. And probably an easier one to see, well maybe not, is there's a framework to it and there's a science. And what I'm really excited about is we're at the start of that journey. I'm starting to get a lot closer to the key work streams of TCC. I spent an hour with Gareth this morning sort of understanding sort of the broader picture that's ahead of him in terms of how he's going to lay things out. Carl Lucas sent me a great email last night about he's gone away and spoken to all the key people in council, and we're now going to put together a wayfinding committee specifically with TBOP to be involved. So I'm really excited about being able to bring all that energy together. So, and let's be honest, there's some cities in New Zealand that do a good job of wayfinding and their identity. I think Napier is quite unique and distinct, and the Art Deco, and the example there is Te Puia, but it's more a concept in and around how we bring culture to our storytelling and wayfinding perspective as well. So there's lots of opportunities and experience that I'd be keen to bring to whatever work group we can get involved in. Wanted to leave on aspirational, sustainable thinking. Ultimately, if we can get involved in things and think about how we go about building the best in class with the buildings that we're going to have, think about how we've talked about greening the city and greening the, greening the buildings. I've got a chair that's very excited about examples in Copenhagen where they're utilising water from their nearby source to cool a lot of the buildings, which we're right on the precipice of that in terms of a couple of 100 metres. So there's a whole bunch of global examples about best practice in that space. Urban farming is another thing that is sort of leans into what Ashley was talking about how do we bring more life into the city that's constant and eternal? How do we bring ownership into the city? How do we get people, basically feeling that part of it is about themselves and what they can do? Just thought out of interest, generally the most sustainable cities in the world are, that's your top 10. They sort of move around a little bit depending on things, but the main thing that underpins them, not so much that they're massively big cities on a global stage, but it's the programs that each of those cities are undertaking. And I'm quite excited to sort of get involved and share in some of those programs where you can bring them down to bite-sized chunks and actually get some wins on the board. And as an example, if you look at sort of 6 key characteristics of a sustainable city, that's what that's what's there. And I don't think any of those are beyond the realm of what we're on the precipice of going into and doing. And, you know, to nail one of them, one of the challenges my board set me that, well, I'm up to the task is we want to move from being respectfully possibly one of the currently the worst regions in and around EVs and road access, vehicle movements, in terms of being a region that is the best in class for EV charging stations. And I think that's a good challenge to have. So imagine bringing people to the coastal Bay of Plenty and to Tauranga and the Mount in particular, and us having more charging stations than anyone else in the country. Be a nice position to be in, and you only have to look now. I don't think anyone can drive for more than 5 minutes and not see about 5 EVs on the road these days. So they're coming, and they are here. So I suppose it's about breaking that down. And ultimately, yeah, it was just really wanting to say that supportive, excited about it, really keen to be involved, and happy to answer any questions if you've got some, because I know I'm the last person on your ticket. So, bye.
Thanks very much, Oscar. I think the wayfinding, because I was involved with Napier's change to an ago. Yeah. But the wayfinding is really, really exciting, and I'm pleased that Gareth is bringing you into that wider, because I've seen although we're only talking to people about that civic site, there is actually a lot of work going on around the CBD. We've heard from a lot of people as we've been out consulting on, well, what does it look like? What's the accessibility for people like? What's the pedestrian, the walking, the cycling? What's the access looking like? So all of that is all about your wayfinding to and through this great city. So it gives us huge opportunities to do things. It took something like, I was just trying to think, I think it took 15 years to get Napier's signs written in Art Deco, because we had to conform to the standards. And actually you don't. You can do things differently. Taupo has done completely.
Well, just their movement on the macron in terms of being very clear around using macrons on their tupuna signs. A lot of their streets are tupuna names. But yes, very exciting, and looking forward to it. So just wanted to.
Shared.
Kia ora, Oscar, thank you. Just thinking about the wayfinding thing, and I suppose one of the areas that kind of excites me is the potential around technology. So and opportunities for storytelling. With these things and being able to move around, whether that through maps and those kinds of things, whether you're on a bike or on your feet, or even on a bus. I think those technology advances, I think, are important. I think for us to build. I think so. Yeah.
Well, we've got some. I just had the team get back from a regional gathering up north with most of the RT regional tourism organisations last week. I didn't go because there was a plethora of workshops last week that I needed to be at, including the one you presented at the start of the week. The team's come back with some really interesting models and app developments through the country around exactly that, wayfinding, storytelling. We're looking at APIs as how we can integrate that so people can, cleverly, if someone's gone, it is about wayfinding because the first step really is your online search. So the moment you have a look at the destination first, if we can be clever with how we get API technology to work, someone could be looking at, say, Tauranga, and then basically we could give them an option. If we say, are you building an itinerary, you want to understand what's going on, we can give them an option to click here, and when they come into the zone of the city, we can then present them with our free-to-air API app that would then be able to take them on a journey depending on, all things being equal, the some of the parsite tours that we're going to look at developing, or, we've just now got the Umano has been consented, so we've now got some opportunities around that. And I want to sort of step away from that one and look at some other waterfalls and how do we pull that together. So definitely the digital aspect. I did mention it before, that's why a little bit contentious, but we're getting there. The limited sort of run that we did with the Western Bay cycleways, given what we had to work with, we only printed a limited number of those because there's people that will use them, but there's a lot of people that use digital these days. So, no, you're completely right, Chad.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Oscar. Thanks for your time.
All Right, so we are now going to adjourn the meeting because we still have one submitter who couldn't come any earlier. The marae are very keen for us to vacate so they can prepare for the tangi. So we'll adjourn the meeting and we will resume at 10 to 5 in my office. So we'll use the Zoom Teams to come in into my office.
So that's just one submitter, isn't it?
One submitter.
My apologies for that.
So we need to make sure that you get the video of that so that he's heard her submission. And so I guess we finished by acknowledging our hosts today, Ngāi Tamarawaho. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a nicer place. My feet, I have to say, are still a little chilly. I haven't quite got it right. I thought I brought the scarf to keep them warm, but I'm going to have to invest in some woolly socks. But no, they are wonderful hosts, and it's been a fabulous day. Do you want to close for us, please?
Kia ora tātou. Kia tātou kua noho nei, I roto I tēnei whare, kia koe rā kura. Te kanohi mai, o kanohi o Ngāi Tamarawa, o rega tēnā koe, kuri ake rā, kia Ngāi Tamarawa o Pāni, o rega kia koutou tēnā koutou. Hoki atu rā kia tātou, I ngā āpiha, I ngā kaimahi, I hāpai nei I ngā mahi, I ngā kōrero hia nei ngā I te hāpuri, I te rā nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Me whakakapi nei tēnei o tō tātou nei hoi, nō reira kia nui tātou. E te atua anei anō mātou, e inuti nei ki a koe I tēnei rā. E te atua ka tuku anō, ngā whakamoemesi, ngā whakapētau ki a koe, mau me nāki tanga katoa. Nō reira manāki tia mai mātou, tia kapai hoki tātou katoa. Me kira ki te whānau kua tai nei, a tēnei ahiahi. Kia hoki mai rā, tōna wā rātou taonga, wā rātou taonga ki konei. Manāki tia mai tātou katoa, a te wā, ka hui tahi anō, ka wānanga tahi anō, rioto I nei mai. Nō reira tēnei mātuna tēnei ki a koe, kōreri ki tōna tapu. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Good, sir.